just gonna hide the chat.
Just kind of walk around and show the
Gonna come with me?
Sure.
Come on, Mama. Can I put this here?
Yes, of course.
Should I put a microphone? Or no?
Nah, unless you're gonna interview people.
Okay.
If you're just gonna walk through.
Hi! Hi! Oh my goodness. Hi.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Can you say hi, baby?
Hi. Oh, it's bright. Hi!
I have for you. Lovely.
Oh, I have
lovely.
some.
You have some of these
Yeah.
already? Okay.
Is this our live
I
streamer?
wasn't sure. This is
Yeah.
Kick ass. Oh, I'm sorry. The grown-ups don't want me to say that around you, but good job.
It's okay.
Oh, I know it's fine.
Did you get a bunch of new subscribers today when I blasted that?
I think, I did get some.
I blasted all of it.
Thank you so much.
Comes with rules.
Let's go. You ready?
You have, Ellie, if you want to sign the
Hey,
video.
there's no way. Can we go say hi? Of course. Come on. Hello, Harper. Hi, how are you doing?
Trying to swallow my food. Hello, Ellie.
Good.
Are
Rose
you
said hello.
videoing?
Yes, I'm live.
1, 2, 3, 4. We are gonna take it anymore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Board of Ed negotiate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Board of Ed negotiate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We won't take it anymore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Board of Ed negotiate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We won't take it anymore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Board of Ed negotiate. 1, 2,
That's why she said hello.
5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. We won't take it anymore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Board of Ed negotiate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We won't take it anymore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Board of Ed negotiate. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8.
What? Yeah.
When I say union, you say power. Union. Power.
No, and they literally know.
It's for free, so you need to start that stream.
That one wasn't horizontal, so I deleted it.
Oh, okay. So 5:30 board gonna enter into closed session. You want to
It's fine. It's a little heavy.
Board of Ed negotiate.
you want to go inside and check things out?
Because I just
I'm gonna step away.
testing. It's good? Okay. It's not like
They're starting the meeting with all of the fun.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go inside. All right.
okay. Where? Okay.
Well, let's go first, and there.
As a notation that moving forward, if there are interruptions or disturbances, leaving warnings and asking people to move. This is well within my right over to ISB and the Open Meetings Act. The Open Meetings Act also allows us to be based on the president's discretion. I will not allow for our superintendent, her staff, or our board to be attacked with outbursts and insults. Everyone in this room has a right to feel physically and emotionally safe. I will also exercise my right to recess when necessary because of disruption. When groups of people are cheering or clapping or shouting or even talking to each other, it's hard for us to focus on our meeting. I will simply recess when I ask for quiet or are ignored. As you know, we have changed the place of our meeting to accommodate the larger attendance. We will have all regular board meetings moved to Ottawa for the foreseeable future. We will likely be moving the location of our sessions as well. Other changes will be made as we plan as a board on how to adjust and rethink our spaces, our policies in regard to board meetings. We will not have a meeting for one meeting last week. Over the weekend, Mr. Rodney Brown made a post, and it really just hit the heart of my mind. He has a that I share part of statement tonight. Grand Rapids Board of Education's moral imperative statements and operating norms top 2 points are: every scholar will feel physically and emotionally safe regardless of which school they attend, and we will stay centered in all of our. This is our urge. It's not optional. It's part of what it means to serve. We must stand together and actively serve harmful rhetoric. We must commit ourselves to modeling what respectful disagreement is like and to creating environments where every student, staff person, and our citizenry feels safe, seen, and valued. Sorry. The time to change is now. For our children, for our future. Hate has no dignity, there's no humanity in hate, and no place for this in our school. Those were Mr. Brown's. We all want what is best for our children. The manner in which we work toward that goal matters. All of our words and actions are being listened to and watched by our future generation. Let us not have hostility and noise prevent us from doing the work needed to reach our goals. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, can you roll?
Trustee is here. Trustee Williams. Yep. Trustee Williams. Present. Trustee Davis. Trustee Kilpatrick. Trustee Johnson. VP Wade. President Butcher.
Here.
We have one.
The Grand Rapids Board of Education would like to correct a procedural error in the word adjourn an error rather than go into recess until the next scheduled board meeting. This has to be reflected in the September 8, 2025 minutes.
Yes, so I move the motion to adjourn out of the Rapids Board of Education for 8:25. Replace with a motion to reset until September 15, 2025, which is today's date. To a location to accommodate all individuals who want to participate in the meeting.
Do I have support?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The board has additional business we need to do in closed session in regard to our ongoing negotiations with the Grand Rapids Education Association as well as legal opinion. Can I get a motion to amend the agenda to include the closed session to include collective bargaining and a legal opinion?
the agenda to include a session, including collective bargaining and legal. And I'll say, members were. All right. Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Williams? Yes. Trustee Winston? Yes. Trustee Davis? Trustee Kilpatrick?
Yes.
Trustee Melton? VP Wade? Yes. President Buchek?
Yes.
That motion passes.
And Trustee Rodriguez, can you make a motion to recess into closed session?
May I make a motion actually to approve the agenda as it has been amended? Can I get a second for that? Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
So now, I move that the board go to closed session for the purpose of strategy negotiation session, connected with the negotiation of collective bargaining groups or requesting the superintendent as made by the Open Meeting Act, Section 81C, and for the purpose of considering legal opinion of counsel of the board. Opinion is exempt from disclosure under Section 31G of the Freedom of Information Act. This closed session is called for the Open Meetings Act, Section 81H. And I will have to do roll call for that. Trustee Moreno? Oh, thank you. May I support? Thank you. All right, Trustee Moreno? Trustee Rodriguez? Williams? Trustee Winston? Yes. Trustee Davis? Trustee Kilpatrick?
Yes.
Trustee Melton? VP Wade? President Buchek?
Yes.
Passes.
Into closed session.
So keep going. So you can see the view. Stand back. Yeah, but it's pretty. Or just test it on you. Okay. Here. Is this good? We need this. Yeah, I know. Is this spot good? I don't know. We're gonna test it out. Okay, I can still. Oh, should I? Let's see. It's not working.
for our community and our school.
Center is a nonprofit community health center.
It's not muted now. Are you sure? Go.
Hello, we're here at the GRPS Board meeting, part 2. And Harper is live streaming tonight, and she's going to be asking me a few questions, and we're going to go outside and see if we can talk to some of the teachers over here as well.
Are you a teacher, parent, or community member?
I'm a parent of two GRPS students.
You already said your name.
Oh, my name is Lisa.
Wait.
My name is Lisa.
Okay.
What else we got?
Why are you here tonight?
I'm here tonight to support for our teachers, do so much for our students and our community, and just support them and lift them up and show the district that our teachers deserve fair pay and better treatment.
All right.
Can I ask you a question for her stream? Is that okay?
Yes, so
Okay, hold on.
what's the live stream?
It's just her YouTube channel.
Okay. Sure.
Do you want to hold that?
Okay.
Um,
I don't look good.
Oh, you're great.
Hi, I'm Harper Vanderslowen, and I'm gonna ask some questions. Are you a teacher, parent, or community member? Would you like to share your name and where you teach?
My name is Jane Nean, and I teach Union High School.
Why are you here tonight?
I'm here because I feel that the teachers of Grand Rapids Public deserve a fair wage, they deserve fair evaluations, and deserve to have fair rights and supplies for students. They deserve to have good insurance because they work very hard for the students in the district. They're dedicated to this district. But oftentimes they have to leave because they can't afford to pay their loans, they can't afford to pay their rent, they can't afford to have children or get married because we are the lowest paid in the county.
And last question, what do you love about teaching?
Oh, I love that kids come back after 20 years and reach out to me and say how much of a difference I made in lives. I love that kids who don't have class anymore, seniors, come back up and hug me every morning or say hello. I love they bring me their baby and invite me to their weddings. I love the students at GRPS. I have enjoyed every moment, and I sacrificed a lot of time with my kids and my family to support these children, and I believe in every one of them that they learn and be successful. And I just love to encourage them and see that the work that we do here leads to them having successful, happy lives. That's the best part of this job.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Holding that or picking it up.
Not a problem. That's all right.
Hello,
Hi.
I'm Harper Vanderslowen. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
are you a teacher, parent, or community member?
I am a community member. I live out in Grenville.
Would you like to share your name
My name is Jake.
and why are you here tonight?
I'm here today. I don't have kids. My wife and I live, in the area, and I'm here to support. I have teachers who I am friends with. I have teachers in my family. They don't teach in Grand Rapids, on the other side of the state, but I'm here to give my support for public school and for public school teachers and education, and also here on behalf of Rank My Vote, which is also in line with how public education helps all of us.
Great, thank you so much.
For sure, that's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Harper Bowen. I'm live, and I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. Are you a teacher or community member?
I'm a teacher.
Would you like to share your name and where you teach?
Sure. I'm here. I teach at Frost Environmental Middle High School.
Why are you here tonight?
I'm here today to participate in the union, be involved in observing the board meeting, just to stay present, up to date with where we are on getting our contract.
Great. And last question, do you love teaching?
I love students. I love getting to have go into their lives, and I love introducing them to new stories and ways of thinking about English and the world around. And they just come in with such joy and creativity and curiosity, and it's just great to be a part of their lives.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, I'm Harper Vanderzowen. And I'm live. I'm gonna ask a couple questions. Are you teacher, parent, community member?
I'm a parent, 2 daughters at school at GRPS.
Would you like to share your name?
Yep, my name's Jessie. Emden Hill.
And why are we here tonight?
Well, because I'm a parent of those 2 little girls, so those are my first 2 that I always thought of every day. But I want to make sure that they're getting the best education possible, that they have the best teachers possible. That means those teachers are getting it in the best way possible. So that's the reason. Even beyond those 2, I want the whole city to have the best school district in that we can.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Reconvening. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions.
Great.
So, are you a teacher, parent, or community member?
I'm a parent.
And would you like to share your name?
Chicago Meyer Dot.
And why are you here tonight?
I'm here tonight because my son is in second grade at Brookside Elementary, and we really value our teachers. We believe in our teachers, they believe in our kids, and they've asked us to be here to stand up alongside of them, and we want to be in solidarity with them.
Great. Thanks so much. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Hello. I'm Harper Owen, and I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. So, are you a parent or community member?
I am a parent and a former teacher.
Yes. Would you like to share your name and where you teach?
Yeah, I'm Mariah Welch. I used to teach at CA for Daughter Goes Sibley.
Hey, why are you here tonight?
I'm here because a big reason why I left because of pay, but there's a lot of other reasons, and I'm looking forward to talking at the public comment.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Oh, is this
If you don't mind, a little microphone.
Yeah.
I get a hold
Hey,
of
ready?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Harper Owen. I'm live on YouTube. And I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. So, are you a teacher, parent, or community member? Are you a teacher, parent, or community member?
I'm a president of Grand Rapids Education, so I'm a teacher.
Would you like to share your name?
Matt Marlowe.
Okay. And why are you here tonight?
I'm here in support of all the teachers that work for the school district. We're currently negotiating a contract with the district. Our first meet at the table was 14, and as you can tell, it's already September 15th, 2025. It's a long time, and I feel that it's been long enough, and we're getting more of the profile to take more informed of what's going on and how we can improve things for the students of the public schools.
Great. Thank you so much.
have a source control.
It's muted too. So it should be.
Here, let's check your. Oh, it's not losing. Where are yours? Let's see. Can you get me to your system settings?
Testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me from here? Okay, do it get off? Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me now? And what once like people are talking about it. Wait, can you hear me like from here though? Like we'll be standing like right here. Can you hear me?
That they were gonna feed them. I like that.
Because I'm not being rude to Seth. I wasn't saying it like that.
No, I think
We tried many angles and this is the best. And yeah.
I think worst case scenario.
And if they don't, they can live stream themselves.
Just do what they're supposed to do.
Not in it right now. 11. What's your phone number? Oh, it's.
You have to earn feel that, and I think it's something that is helped out. So I think I know a lot of that's a bad. It crosses all the lines. I am. Maybe at least you're really this. This Southern Network zero this this other thing about 6 months ago.
We had to pay out actually fired. Very far.
And there's 17 people. And also, that's 79.
for my first 6 years, I never felt like there was happy culture. I guess it was really it was not acceptable. How hard it is. You didn't have to sit up, you didn't have to listen, you didn't have to hear the comments, you didn't have to like.
Everybody. Look at your school. Earth was hard. As everything assuming they're losing. And everybody was the same.
Oh, I know that. I know that shit happened. Like, that's what I know all of
Or they can do a lot of shit. It's always just in second best. I would say we would let this.
Look at who decided to show up. Interesting. How strange.
Welcome, everyone. We are back in open session. Just want to note that the board's action items will take place first to move this district forward, and then we will move into public comment. I'm going to make a statement I made at the beginning of the meeting, but I'll be a lot more people here, so I'm going to read that statement. Tonight, we reconvene as a board, as colleagues, as neighbors, as educators, as parents, as people united by our community's children. Last week, Monday, we did not let that purpose lead us in our work. Last week, Monday, we let disruption, disorder, verbal outbursts, bullying tactics, yelling, and anger lead us away from the heart of why we're all here. I am ashamed that some of the students we serve witness to the chaos of that gathering. I regret that I did not take the steps needed as president to shut down disruption sooner. I regret the bold action that lead to further bullying, degrading of our superintendent, staff, and board, and breakdown of our meeting. What happened on Monday is unacceptable and will not be tolerated at our workplace. It's time for all of us to go back to the basics. The law, our policies, our word norms, and moral imperatives will help us for our productive and for keeping our kids at the forefront of all we do. I've made sure copies of relevant content are available tonight so that all of us can be aware of the truth and how we must and shall agree to run our board meetings. Let us be reminded that the meeting of the board in public. Public participation is limited to the public period. According to the Means Act, a school board may establish public participation rules that assist in balancing the board's interest in conducting a meeting in an orderly manner with individuals' rights under the First Amendment. Last week, I allowed for too many people to shout out, try to engage in conversation outside of public comment. This disrupts our work and drags us off course. The Open Meeting Act also gives us very clear guidelines for what a board may do when disorderly conduct takes place. If during a meeting a citizen engages in disorderly conduct or acts in a manner resulting in a breach of the peace, a school board may take steps to control behavior or even remove the individual from the meeting. The revised school code permits the president to order removal of a citizen who, after notice from the president, persists to behave in a disorderly manner. This Provision also empowers the president to order a law enforcement officer or other persons to take the disorderly person into custody until the meeting is adjourned if the person refuses to withdraw from the meeting. Further, the Michigan Penal Code states that a person is guilty of misdemeanor if he or she makes or accepts any disturbance of attention in any public meeting where citizens are peacefully and lawfully assembled. While I believe our board truly wants to hear from our community, we have not done a great job of setting boundaries as to what steps over the line into disruption. Let this serve as a notification that moving forward, if there are interruptions or disturbances, I will be giving warnings asking people to be removed. This is well within my right according to MASC and the Open Meetings Act. The Open Meetings Act also allows this to be based on the president's discretion. I will not allow our superintendent or staff or our board to be attacked with outbursts and insults. Everyone in this room has a right to feel physically and emotionally safe. I will also exercise my right to recess whenever necessary because of disruptions. When groups of people are cheering or clapping or shouting even to each other, it's hard for us to focus on our meeting. We will simply recess when we ask for quiet or yellow power. As you know, we have changed the pace of our meeting to accommodate the larger attendance. We will plan to have all regular meetings moved to Ottawa Hills for the foreseeable future. We will likely be moving the location of our work sessions. Other changes will be made as we plan to focus as a board on us and rethink our spaces, our procedures, and our policies in our board meetings. We will not accept a meeting like the one we experienced last week. Over the weekend, Mr. Ronnie Brown made a post that really just touched what I had been thinking about all week, and so allowed me to use some of his words. He said, Board of Education's moral imperative statements and operating norms, top 2 points are: every scholar will feel physically and emotionally safe regardless of which school they attend, and we will stay student-centered in all of our work. This is our charge. It's not optional. It's the heart of what it means to serve. We must stand together and actively discourage harmful rhetoric. We must commit ourselves to modeling what respectful disagreement looks like and to creating environments where every student, staff person, and our citizens feel safe, seen, and valued. The time to change culture is now. For our children, for our future. Hate has no dignity. There's no humanity in hate, and no place for hatefulness in our school system. We all want what is best for our children. The manner in which we work toward that goal matters. All of our words and actions are being listened to and watched by our future generation. Let's not let hostility and noise prevent us from doing the work needed to reach our goals. Thank you. And now we will move forward in the agenda. Secretary's report.
Thank you. So we've got just two things. One is our next committee meeting is scheduled for next week, September 22nd, 4 p.m. The location still is announced. Our ad hoc facilities meeting is scheduled on October 13th at 5:30 p.m. and that location is also announced. That's all I got.
Thank you. Committee chair reports. So I have the city board liaison report. We are still working out adjustments on the agreement of the joint use agreement. That's still in progress. We're still talking through that. We are still on track with partnering with city for stocking and Alexander, and they are now getting data with that as well, so we can have their input. We did talk about crosswalks and crossing guards, and helping out committee members, but a lot of the discussion was that when recommendations for crossing guards and crosswalks are made to both the city and to GRPS, those recommendations are passed on to mobile GR, who assesses the need in detail. So making the district and the city well aware of those places is perfectly fine, and we pass it on to mobile GR for this. And then our community children gave us a report. Shannon Harris is the one that gives that report, just out with the youth council, can speak to college, through college, and for open housing. Finance committee? Finance committee, we are moving towards a few action items that was later on the agenda. We did approve to move those forward to the board. And our discuss school audit process, and we were just trying about that. We also mentioned that in the last 5 or 6 years, we mentioned before that GRPS is something that we're doing in our audit process regarding the application for free lunches, and there was a discrepancy between the income that one part of the application and the different part of the application. And since that time, the district has put in measures to close that gap to make sure that doesn't happen again. So that was our review in line the last 5 years, and then we just that out, that information, so that is what I have for finance. And we had an update with regards to where ALL is, and they have their information that the board has received to share. And there will be more to come as they get their food and start making assessments and putting together for the district. And then we also talked about briefly the joint use agreement, which you've already covered that. So our conversation was much the same when we get back from those involved, and maybe to get additional updates as to how the conversation is going. And then lastly, we talked about the main buildings, and we were pretty pleased with our policy. The one policy change we discussed change was that we wanted a consensus in it was being a change or a donation, but then the building that we wanted there to be a particular time frame for in place, in that, so that would be laid out in the memorandum of understanding around exchange of those out for the building for a amount of time. And then we just see general updates around projects, and those are moving along well. We're ahead of schedule. Well, actually, we're mostly on schedule for everything that one project is still a little bit behind. That's going to be delayed till about January, and we are under budget on a few of those, so that will allow us to try to some of that other delay that we have in some of our other. Any questions? Thank you. Before we add to our action items, I will just make an announcement that once our action items are complete, so there are action items, that will be when final public comment are to be turned in. Okay. The Peace Education Week resolution. Do I have a motion for this resolution? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to the purchasing agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the purchasing agenda? So all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And acceptance of the GRPS wage reopener. Motion to this? So moved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Moving to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? So moved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, all public comment cards need to be at this time. We will move into public comment. We do have some priority speakers, and those are the people who did not get to speak before our meeting was recessed. So I will name those people first. I'm wondering if we could get someone to move the podium back because I can't see the podium staying down. Get security or someone on staff to move that so that I can see speakers when they come up to me.
So, as I get that moved, I'm gonna read this, public comment. There is a public comment section, this agenda, which accommodates both agenda and non-agenda items. Each time period is limited to a maximum of 3 minutes unless otherwise directed by the board president.
We will move to 2 because we
2
know
minutes.
we have
2 minutes. Individuals are kindly requested to fully complete the front of the comment card indicating the topic or topics they should address. If you're not holding your please don't make your name hard. Should be fitted in the designated bin or we ask speakers to refrain from making abusive, disrespectful statements about board members, employees, volunteers, or contractors. Should you have a complaint about a specific member, employee, volunteer, or contractor, please utilize the appropriate outline of board policy 9450. Speakers will be invited to address the board one at a time. Before you're getting your comment, please first state your name of the official minutes. I will be monitoring the time, that is minutes again, ensuring each speaker adheres to the allotted time. Include your comment promptly when time has expired. As we don't have a timer behind us here at Ottawa Hills, I will just keep in time on my phone. I'll be a 1 minute warning. If you just to look up as you're making public comment, I'll just raise a card here. So please keep an eye on that. Again, we have 2 minutes tonight. Board members do not respond during the public comment. Documents will be forwarded to the appropriate staff for consideration. Tonight, thank you for sharing with us.
I would just add to that, because of the cheering and such meeting comments, I know it was hard for people to hear when I was announcing someone's name. To help with that, I'm going to name like 5 people at a time instead of 2. And if you want to line up in the center aisle, that will help us move the public comment along. The ones from September 8th are in alphabetical order, if that helps you know kind of where you're at. So first up we have Colleen Andrews, followed by Dan Weaver, Allison Bloom, Kelsey Appleton, and Margie Candrosi.
Colleen Andrews, Southwest Elementary. We keep on hearing that there's a teacher shortage everywhere, and that's why we have so many cases of GRPS. Well, I do know part of this to be true. There is a teacher shortage. The districts most affected are ones that have working conditions and salaries. I look at job openings for district and county. I was only looking at certified teacher positions. Here's how many teaching positions each district had. Irene Center, 0. Cedar Springs, 0. East Grand Rapids, 0. Forest Hills, 0. Godfrey, 0. Godwin Heights, 0. Kellogg's, 0. Kansas City, 0. North, 0. Sparta, 0. Thornapple Kellogg, 0. White Lake, 0. California, 1 part-time. Rockford, 1 part-time. Comstock Park, 1 special ed. Granville, 1 special ed. Lowell, 1 special ed. Kentwood, 2 special ed. Kennewood Hills, 2. GRPS, 56. The district reported a week ago they had their 6 classroom tier vacancies. And on the website, there are at least 20 more vacancies that require reservation. I know GRPS first response will be that bigger district, so we have positions to fill. Clearly, we are not so much larger than the surrounding districts that we should have more than 25 times the number of tier vacancies that they have. GRPS also falls back to use of uncertainty of funding. All these districts face the same uncertainty, and most of them have figured out raises anyway. This is clearly not a number of positions available or anything else. This is an issue of people choosing to work in other districts because they will receive better pay and better working conditions. GRPS can't afford to pay its teachers better.
Hi there, is it possible that we use the computer to allow speakers to hear time? So we keep track. I'll keep track myself. Just do that.
Trust us is keeping time.
Okay, but to have displays, it's nice. I know you guys have the other one. I'll try myself. But hi there, good members of the board. My name is Mike. I reside in the Middlebrook neighborhood. And the parent of 3 GRPS students. And with the reimagined GRPS plans to close several schools, including local school, Sherwood Park Elementary, I'd like to remind you that the ground are more than just property. They're vital public asset to the neighbors in their area. Sherwood Park serves as my family's only open space. If those grounds vanish behind fences or private equity, community, including my children, lose its only, their only space. I urge you guys to treat these grounds not as a commodity, but as a crucial public resource. We reserve them for public use. Secondly, I want to say deep concern that I have for my students of trust. I went to Stock Road, leave me in the midst of someone asking for them to be accountable. I could barely believe what I was seeing. There was no explanation at the time. And while it might have been a simple thought, when a leader walks out of course, trust is broken. And I think the term tonight is not the result, but deeply built trust. We need leadership strong for conversations, strong enough to communicate that they've fallen short. I want to trust this person, but I urge you, you've got to earn that trust through transparency, accountability, and commitment, followed by action to start providing appropriate funds to our teachers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison Bloom. I was a student teacher at kindergarten, or at Sibley Elementary in a kindergarten classroom last fall. Graduating in December, I subbed at Sibley throughout the remainder of the year, and am now a current long-term sub at Congress Elementary. 2 GRPS schools where I've been lucky enough to learn from amazing teachers and staff members in each building. There's a common theme between both GRPS schools I've been at: passion and dedication, and exhaustion and heartbreak. It was only after 3 months at Sibley Elementary that it became abundantly clear the shortcomings of the current system and how it fails to acknowledge that these teachers are in desperate need of immediate support. In learning this, I'm proud to say I started a nonprofit called Bright, which stands for Building Resources and Inspiring Growth in Hardworking Teachers. I was inspired to create this by watching many GRPS employees not be able to live comfortably in order to support their students fully, taking money out of their own pockets to provide a comfortable classroom and not being paid nearly enough in return. You should be embarrassed that a 24-year-old fresh college graduate has not only identified these issues, but has already taken action towards creating a future ensure teachers are not only equipped with fully stocked classrooms, but are enabled to make a difference in the lives of GRPS students and move our community forward. Supporting our teachers should not be up for debate, and it certainly should not solely rely on the good nature of those in and around our community. I pause taking the next steps in my career to do your job. These teachers should never have to come here to prove their worth to you, because every student that I've seen walk out of their classroom with a higher intelligence and a desire to be a better person should be proof enough. Give these teachers a raise because they deserve it. Do better because they deserve better. I will continue to put my all into providing support for these wonderful teachers I've had the lucky opportunity of working with until they receive the appreciation that they deserve, because that's my choice. These are good people in front of you and extraordinary teachers. Do not let these students lose them. You have the choice, you have the potential to change their lives for the better. You don't have the potential to change their lives for the better. You have the power. Don't waste that. Thank you.
But I'm realizing that I think my time up here might be better spent giving you a little bit of an idea of what some of your first, second, and third teachers are dealing with the pay that we are currently receiving. So I just wanted to give a little bit of insight into my personal life. I know that you guys have heard a lot of stories, and I think it would be crazy to think that the people that on the board have heard us. I know that you are hearing us. It's the action part that I think we're struggling with. It's hard to trust as a second-year teacher here. Anyway, so I'm really struggling financially now, and that's a really hard thing to come up here and admit to other people. I went to school for 5 years. I have an exorbitant amount of loans, but I often feel like I'm drowning despite living with 3 other people and sharing a home. It's really hard. It's really hard to share. 1 minute? You have a minute. Oh, heard. Misunderstood. Anyway, really hard to live with other people as an adult who's trying to understand my space, but being in a position at school where I have to be the leader of 90 kids all the time. And then I come home to roommates and I come home to my bills. We got bed bugs a couple summers ago, and I was so lucky to have a higher paying job to be able to afford that. I cannot imagine getting bed bugs right now. It was like $2,000 to make sure they were eradicated. I get scared when my car breaks down because I know I'm not going to be able to afford it if something happens, and then I'm at the will of my wonderful community who are here to support me. I just want you to know that it's really hard, and I know that you guys know that and you're hearing that, but I hear it better. I don't say that in like any sort of mean way, but I'm not seeing action, and so it's really hard to feel taken care of by my job, and I want that. I want to work here. I love my students, and I really enjoy it, but it's not practical for me, and I'm really suffering because of it, and I'm really hopeful that
That's fine.
Okay, I'm really hopeful that you guys will be able to find a way to navigate this that shows us you're here. Thank you.
Kelly DeBoer, Aaron Edens, Matt Harrison, Caitlin Holmwood, Yolanda Howe. Kelly DeBoer, Aaron Edens,
all right, hello, I'm Aaron Edens. Thank you, members of the board and Superintendent Roby. My wife is a GRPS teacher and has taught in 3 district schools since we relocated to Grand Rapids in 2019 for my job as faculty at GPSU. The concerns that I've heard so many other teachers express about lack of pay hit close to home for our family. My wife took a $16,000 pay cut when she moved here and has only recently caught up to the salary that she was making when she left her position in Minneapolis Public Schools. Buying a home in Grand Rapids was a huge challenge for us, and I know that affording a home in our city on a teacher's salary is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for many teachers. I also know that the district leadership can do better. Your teachers deserve better. Your teachers deserve more. Their working conditions are our students' learning conditions. I want to share a quick story about our daughter, a 4th grade GRPS student. This summer, she played softball in the Ted Raspberry League, and we spent most Tuesday and Thursday nights at city parks. It was a really wonderful experience. She made friends with kids from all over the city and at least 5 different GRPS schools. I saw a few other softball parents at the meeting last week, actually. Like my wife and I, those parents are committed to sending their kids to public schools in our city. But, like us, they won't stick around in this district if things don't start to change. Those 4th and 5th graders from my daughter's softball team will graduate in 7 or 8 years. I want to know tonight what you will do to ensure that they not just stay here in this district, but thrive here. And I also want to remind you that as community members, we're going to continue to stand up for our teachers and for our students. Thank you. That's time.
Caitlin Homewood.
My name is Matt Harrison. I teach here at Onwood Hills. This is my 20th year in the teaching profession, and thinking about a number of things I'd like to discuss tonight, I try to boil it down to this. I fought overseas for my country in my youth. Now I'm fighting in my middle age for GRPS teachers and their students, especially those of us who are grinding here in the southeast side. I teach English literature and philosophy at the mighty Onwood Hills, and I've been thinking about this all day and ask sincere reflection. 77% of teachers in the U.S. are women. Women in our country make 18% less than men in the same job. Teachers earn approximately 26% less than all other similarly degreed careers. A simple syllogistic conclusion. So if women are paid about 20% less than men for the same work, and the teaching profession consists of primarily women, then it makes sense that teachers are paid about 20% less than similarly educated career fields. Perhaps our struggle is as much to do with gender wage discrimination as it does with literal undervaluation of education. And I recognize the irony that I'm a man.
Good evening, my name is Caitlin Homewood, and I'm here today to express my deep concern about the chronic understaffing in the district's special education program specifically. Across the city, special education classrooms are being run without fully certified teachers and adequately staffed teams that our children are legally entitled to. Cesar Chavez, 2 long-term subs in the place of certified special education teachers. There is 1 resource teacher and the other one is a long-term sub. 44 students affected. Sibley, there's a vacancy in their ASD self-contained program. Instead of 9 SEAs, special education aides, they have 3, 32 students affected. At Kent Hills, they have 4 SEA vacancies, 18 students affected. At Dickinson, there's 1 long-term sub in the place of a certified ASD special ed teacher, at least 30 students affected. Harrison Park Middle, the emotional impairment program is not staffed with a teacher or an SEA, 8 students affected. That's only 5 buildings I just named, and that is 132 students affected by our lack of staffing. How many more are there that are not being disclosed to parents and guardians? And this is not just a staffing problem, this is a civil rights issue. This is against the law, what we are doing. Students in our schools are being denied access to free appropriate public education under IDEA, and that's not only acceptable, it's literally illegal. So I'm formally requesting that the board take 3 immediate actions. 1, conduct a full staffing audit across all special education classrooms and programs. 2, send a letter to every parent or guardian of a student receiving special education services, informing them whether or not their child has a certified special ed teacher and all required service providers according to their IEP. 3, increase educator pay so you can actually attract applicants and quality teachers to work with your most vulnerable student population. Students, parents, and guardians have rights, and this board has a responsibility to act. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Joanna Howe. My children attend Southwest Academia Bilingual Elementary and Middle High, a school that's incredibly impressive and that I'm grateful for. Every time there's a millage for GRPS, I vote in favor of it and encourage others to do the same. That's my responsibility and our responsibility as a community. Your responsibility is to ensure that the money is used to hire certified teachers for every classroom in our district and to pay our incredible teachers the competitive wages they deserve so they'll remain at GRPS. We have done our part and we will continue to do that, but you haven't done your part. You have let our teachers' salaries fall to the very bottom of what county teachers get paid. You have left money in the bank that belongs in the pockets of our teachers. You have left vacancies in classrooms and let students with long-term substitutes rather than qualified teachers. This is unacceptable. Our teachers deserve better, our scholars deserve better. I'm here to call you to do your part, to increase our teachers' salaries to match the top-paying schools in our county because they deserve it. Most of the teachers my children have had a master's degree and one even have a PhD. I don't speak Spanish, and neither does my husband, but my kids do because of the diligent, patient, tireless work of their teachers who have opened up a whole new world of relationships to them by giving them a second language. This is community building, worldview shaping, soul work that our teachers are doing every single day. And they are so passionate about their work, so loyal to their students that they have remained in these roles for years, despite being paid less than their peers, despite the high cost of the education that they owe debts to. But our loyalty is not with our teachers. I didn't know our district was failing them so badly. I didn't know they could make $10,000 more teaching at nearby schools. It's hard for me to look them in the eye, knowing all that they sacrifice and all that they do for our kids.
Jax Johnson, Marta Johnson, Meg Johnson, Mary Clausen, Jackie Landon. First up, Vanessa Yemenes. Jax Johnson. You could please make your way to the middle if you heard your name. That way, once we're all in the middle, it'll speed things up a little. Jax Johnson, Marta Johnson, Meg Johnson,
Hello, my name is Meg Johnson. I'm currently serving at Westwood Middle School. We call our children scholars, and we have the message that we send them when we show them that pursuing academics means barely being able to make a living. You cannot claim to put students first when you consistently put educators last. I want to begin by saying that what I will say will not be new information, but I believe an important reminder. I am a second-year teacher. I've seen rhetoric suggesting that teachers are paid as if they are simply babysitters. And when you do the math, that statement isn't exactly an exaggeration, it's reality. My salary as a young teacher in GRPS is $44,916 a year. That amount will not increase for several years, unlike in surrounding districts across West Michigan. If we as a district meet the required 180 instructional days, my salary breaks down to just $31.19 an hour. When you divide that across a capped classroom of 30 students, it comes out to $1.04 per student per hour. $1 for everything I do to educate, nurture, and prepare our next generation. I do want to acknowledge that teachers all over the United States face the same issue, but I did some snooping online and found that families in GR pay between $15 and $20 an hour per child for babysitting services. My salary doesn't reflect the countless hours I work beyond my contract school day hours. With just 1 hour of daily prep time, I spend more than 40 hours a week on meetings, grading, planning, and family communication unpaid, but necessary to succeed as a teacher. As a young educator at the bottom of the pay scale, I feel forced to work at this level just to earn an effective rating, while also taking on supplemental jobs to make ends meet. A majority of my friends in the service industry without degrees earn about the same annual salary as I do. The only difference, I have a degree. I carry the responsibility of shaping lives, and I am forced to set strict boundaries around taking work home with me just to protect my time and health. My primary point in focusing on this information is that the least we could do to be done is to raise compensation to that of the level of other districts nearby for equity's sake. We as teachers, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Clausen, and I teach choir at Burton Middle School. I'm going to keep this towards the scope of music tonight, even though there's so many things to talk about. This year, our internal music festivals for band, orchestra, and choir are not being funded. These festivals gave music students crucial feedback before MSVOA and MSVMA events, and directly improved their musicianship and success. Losing them lowers the quality of opportunities for all of our music students. In addition, MSVMA and MSVOA membership fees were shifted to the individual building budgets after the school year had begun. Our fine arts administrators and our principals are doing their best to adapt, but the reality is that the problem is coming from the top. When administrators receive double-digit raises, while programs, field trips, and basic transportation for those, and for our most underrepresented communities are cut, it reinforces the systemic inequities and takes opportunities away from the students who need them most. Investing in our music is not an extra. It's investing in social and emotional learning. Music builds confidence, teamwork, resilience, and belonging, especially for our students who may not find those supports anywhere else. Our students deserve more opportunities, not fewer. I urge you to prioritize restoring funding for music and fine arts so that every student in every building can thrive. Thank you.
Lisa Lee, Lucas Leverett, Chandra McDaffery, Jen Migalski.
Starting with Jackie Landon. Hello, I'm Jackie Landon. GRPS has truly been the best experience for our family. The dedication, creativity, and the heart that the teachers bring to their work have made a lasting impact on our children. So many educators have gone above and beyond to inspire, support, and nurture our kids. And there's many teachers in here that do that, but one specific one I want to call out is Mrs. K. She not only raised the funds, but also led the creation of the beautiful butterfly garden at Sea of Rust, giving kindergartners a hands-on connection to nature. Through this project, she helped instill a sense of ownership, pride, and wonder in the natural world, something that continues to stay with our children to this day. Her passion and commitment have made a meaningful and lasting difference of our lives. But with all that incredible work teachers like Mrs. K are doing, there's a growing fear among families like ours that we'll lose these exceptional educators because they aren't being compensated in a way that reflects their impact. GRPS risks losing the very people who make GRPS schools like CA Cross so special, simply because they're not getting the support and pay they truly deserve. Spending millions on virtual teachers and relying too heavily on long-term substitutes isn't the answer. The solution is right in front of us. Investing in the dedicated, experienced, and passionate educators already in our schools, and creating the kind of compensation and support systems that will also attract new qualified teachers to the district. That's how we build strong, sustainable schools that truly serve our children. I urge you to reconsider the current offer and do better for our teachers. The future of our students and the strength of our public school system depends on it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Lee. I teach at Buchanan Elementary, early childhood special education. I want to talk about some of the feelings that we in my classroom have gone over and people in my building are feeling. They all happen to start with the letter A. The first A we're going to talk about is anxiety, which is a huge problem and which is a huge overwhelming emotion that we have, these people in this room. Anxiety of not knowing when we have to work, when we will be paid. Anxiety that HR can change how much, when, and how will we be paid without our consent. Anxiety over a new evaluation system that requires 3 observations on 1 to 3 year new teachers, creating a micromanaged time when they have no planning time and no time to do that. The second is anger. Anger, righteous anger over the fact that our kids in special education are getting a revolving door of substitute, unqualified teachers and understaffed support systems that make it unsafe for them. In this anger, I find that my parents are leaving the districts because they know that their children cannot stay in GRPS and receive a fair, appropriate public education in their least restrictive environments in compliance with their IEPs. The last one is apathy. The apathy that so many people before me have given up on this district because you have given up on us, funding us, supporting us. You said it is a right to be safe. Our scholars have the right to be safe. We have the right to be safe. And one of those was emotional safety.
That's time.
Thank you.
Tonight I join others wearing red, but it's a Spider-Man shirt, highlighting the mantra that with great power comes great responsibility. You as a board are failing both. You don't seem to understand or flex your power in any way that counts, and you repeatedly fail to rise to occasions of your great responsibility. You have a responsibility to dismantle the corrupt practices and toxic systems ingrained in GRPS, and yet you've had almost all of 2025 to do it, and you've dragged your feet. What's holding you back? The same West Michigan nights I just ripped off of my mouth? You had the responsibility to produce an academic calendar for our educators and families, but embarrassingly, there hasn't been one. You have the responsibility to empower the voices of the people who elected you, and yet even those of you who made doing that campaign promise have now presided over policy updates that take away our rights to address you. You have the responsibility to stop tolerating endless failures in transportation, but you sit by. You have a responsibility to drop the hammer on all the nepotism, yet it prevails. You have a responsibility not to reward mediocre executives with giant raises on top of their already outsized salaries, and instead you presided over making public education a home for wage disparity. You have a responsibility to pay our teachers what they deserve to be paid, and make all negotiations transparent and open to the public as well as your full board. But in this story, you failed to be the heroes. This failing school system, these burnt out and underpaid teachers, and all the kids you like to hide behind when you're squashing dissent needed a hero, and you failed them. That tingle that you might feel, that's your spidey sense. And it's telling you that I'm right. You fell short. Will you turn it around? Mr. Rodriguez, this is a very unstable podium, and I advised several minutes ago that it needed to be propped up. I'm sure there's an underpaid physics teacher in here that can explain this to you, but this probably should be fixed if you value the equipment and the order and decorum that it's supposed to deliver. Thank you.
Is Chandra here? Okay, next up is Zach Marshall and Teresa McPherson, Beth Mayer Kraft. There's a Jennifer who did not provide a last name. Cecil and Will Oberlin. Go ahead, Zach.
Hi, I'm Zach Marshall. I'm a proud public school parent, daughter of a 7th grader. She's been attending GRPS for the last 4 years since we moved to town. I value public schools because they serve everybody. But I've been disappointed. Every school my daughter's been at so far, and there's been 3, has had long-term subs. As a parent, I thought, must be the teacher shortage. But then I heard about this meeting and I thought I'd look up what teachers get paid. I was expecting the wages to be uncompetitive. I didn't expect them to not even be livable. GRPS is not paying teachers enough to live in Grand Rapids. They would literally have to leave the city, as you're hearing attested to tonight. You're probably aware housing values have doubled in the last 5 years. As somebody who moved to Grand Rapids in 2021, this is a reality. And so I want to appeal to you here, the board. I have a feeling you'll say a couple things. If we say, you've got the money, you just need to spend it, you might say, hey, we're not on the negotiating team, we just approve, okay? Second, not all money can just be used for anything, sure. Third, Michigan is kind of weird with funding schools. I get that. I can understand all that. I'm also going to wager that you did not join the board and run for election because you really wanted to uphold the status quo. I have a feeling you wanted to make some kind of positive difference, whatever you thought it was. So I hope you can hear me. There's no more positive difference you can make than by making teacher pay competitive. Without it, you'll continue to bleed teachers and bleed students. You'll have to keep consolidating schools as the enrollment drops. I'm going to think about you on count day this year. It's time to make a difference, which means you as the board are going to need to be creative. I'm going to ask that you call up the negotiating team and say, this is a priority. Don't approve a contract that's not a 10% raise. I have more to say, but I'm out of time.
Good evening, Dr. Roby and GRPS Board of Ed. My name is Teresa McPherson. I'm in my 5th year at North Park as a teacher. I started as a parapro in 2018, but first as a school of choice parent to GRPS at North Park in 2014 with our 3 children. We left Rockford Public Schools to come to Grand Rapids. After last Monday, I did a lot of reflection. I read and listened to some of Dr. Roby's early interviews. She's a strong leader and has worked very hard to get where she is today. I want that opportunity for my colleagues and ultimately for the children in our schools, our future. However, unless real serious change is made immediately to GRPS's pay structure across the board in all types of positions, we will continue to lose great employees, not just teachers, and will continue to fail in recruitment and retention. Here's a personal example for you. A few years ago, a parapro in our building had her lights and heat turned off at Christmas time because she couldn't afford the bill. She left GRPS to find a job that could support her 2-year-old. She was a young mom working hard to get her life on track. I wish this parapro's journey upward could have been with GRPS. According to an interview in 2020, Dr. Roby lives by an important guiding principle that life's circumstances happen, and how do we prepare our young people for life's circumstances? This is very true. We all have our battles to fight, our stories to tell, and learning to persevere and overcome are life skills that all GRPS grads need. Well, this young mom I spoke of, she was a GRPS alumni. I guess we did our job. We prepared her to persevere at GRPS. She was in Loop, she moved her way up, she was a parapro. She loved all the children, she advocated for change. And she did what's best for her future, which was to ultimately leave GRPS for best pay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Beth, and I am a GRPS parent and resident. My husband, Dave Kraft, was the very first high school environmental science teacher at C.A. Frost Middle High School, where he taught for 7 years. When he started, his classroom cabinets were totally bare. He literally built that program from the ground up. He restored the school grounds with his students, planted native plants, and led camping and backpacking trips in the UP. He loved Frost. His colleagues, his principal, and especially his students. He had no plans to leave. But this year he did. Not because he wanted to leave, but because Northview Public Schools offered him a 19% pay increase. That was the difference between staying in GRPS at a school he loved or doing the responsible thing for our family. Meanwhile, here in GRPS, teachers are the lowest paid in the county. Many classrooms do not have certified teachers, and Franklin campus administrators are taking double-digit raises. That is backwards, and that is unacceptable. Our son is a 7th grader at City, and before that, he attended North Park Montessori. His teachers have been incredible, the reason he's thrived in school. But across GRPS, amazing teachers, like my husband, are being forced to make the same choice, leaving for districts that pay them what they deserve. I don't want to lose these great teachers, but I wouldn't blame them for going. And when you lose these great teachers, you will lose families. It's already happening. Your mission talks about excellence and attracting top talent, but you cannot achieve that if you refuse to invest in the people who make it possible. Please pay our teachers what they deserve.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Cecil, and I'm coming to talk to you today as one of those awesome new teachers that you want. So I teach a 1-2 split at Palmer. This is my 3rd year at GRPS. I had a whole different career before this, where I ran a children's theater company. I'm everything you're trying to attract to your district. I'm energetic, I'm hardworking, I work my butt off. I love learning, and I'm learning like crazy. I'm becoming better every day. You can just ask my mentor. I'm diving headfirst into our new curriculum with UFly and Bridges. And I came to GRPS because I want to work for GRPS. I want to work with GRPS kids. And I'm so passionate about public education. But then I look at my paycheck, and I talk to my friends from other districts say, you should come over to us. Would be your starting salary. And then I talked to my colleague who just left and is now being paid $17,000 more at a different district. You have no idea how many people are the same as me and literally this close to leaving. If you knew, you would be shaking in your boots. When admin do walkthroughs of our buildings, they have no concept of what's going on. No concept of how many kids are falling through the cracks in heartbreaking ways. And not because we're not doing our jobs, because you're not doing your job. Your job is to listen and then act. How do we tell our kids that actions speak louder than words? How do we teach them that when their own district can't even act to give them what they deserve, which is fairly paid teachers? So please don't send us any more emails about how valued we are and, oh, it's such a great school year. Like, thank you so much. Because we're not listening, we're deleting them. Because we know you're not caring. And I'm ashamed that my children, you talk about shame. I'm ashamed that my children go to a district like this.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Will Overland. I used to meet him. I teach at Union High School. I teach U.S. history to our cohort of multilingual language learners. This is my second year in GRPS, but this is my 5th year teaching. I am here because I am tired. I am very tired and disappointed. I am tired of being overworked and underpaid. I'm tired of not being able to take pride in my job and my position and my work here because my salary is slowly putting me further into debt. I go above and beyond every day for my students. I put in as much time and energy as humanly possible, sometimes more so, to support and grow my students. I invite each and every single one of you to come to my classroom and come check it out. 232 over at Union High School. We do a lot of really good things. And I want you to ask yourself, are you not tired? Are you not tired of undervaluing your teachers? Are you not tired of providing mediocre educations to these scholars that you supposedly care so much about? Are you not tired of bleeding staff and bleeding students to these other districts around us? And are you not tired of being the laughingstock of Kent County? I invite you to come to my classroom, I invite you to come to Union and see the things that we do, and I ask you to pay me what I deserve. Pay us what we deserve, and then some more for all of this extra crap that you put us through.
Tim Russ, Amy Schickel, and Stephanie Schwartzel.
Hello, I'm Tiffany Pierce. So, 20 years ago, I was a GRPS graduate, and even back then, that's when the changes really started with merging schools together, and it was a big issue. We had way too many students to teacher ratio. We couldn't even, I went to auto action for the first year, and we had to be 3 or 4 students to a book because there wasn't enough books for us to take books home. I'm glad that you guys have gotten better as far as that goes, and we've gone paperless so the kids can access them online. However, there's a lot of other issues that are happening with the schools as well. Like for instance, like on the GRPS careers page, it shows that you guys have 180 vacancies. And then other districts may have maybe 3 to 4 vacancies. There's also an issue with all the long-term substitutes. And then maybe not being all the way well-versed in what they're teaching. My daughter was a graduate of City High School, and thank goodness for programs like the No Boundaries, No Barriers with the Urban League, and Endless Opportunities, because without those types of programs, my daughter may not have passed because some of her teachers didn't even know how to help her with her work. So that's another issue. And then also school lunches are kind of comparable to prison lunches. That's not nourishing your brains. You give out sack stuffers that have moldy food inside. That's not helping them either. Like for instance, I feel like security guards, coaches, school secretaries and deans, bus aides, crossing guards should all be included in your pay, and they should be paid properly. Also, like when we think about even the sports, for instance, we have really good sports teams. However, like Ottawa's track is full of glass and it's concrete, and it's really not conducive for the students to practice there. And so I think you guys should invest money in that as well, because running on concrete costs shin splints.
My name is Tim Russ. I work for the Michigan Education Association. Spent the last probably 12 years in and out of working with educators here at GRPS. I don't want to spend a lot of time on things that happened last week, but that was a problem. But I want to tell you why you have a shortage. It's very simple. Why you can't hire enough teachers, and why you expect children to learn without qualified teachers. First of all, if you were a teacher with a master's degree plus 30 and you worked in this school district for a 30-year career based on today's financial conditions in comparison to other districts, you would lose $213,000 over your career by staying in GRPS. That's the equivalent of about 72% of the cost of a median house. So you're asking teachers who stay in this district to give up a house. A whole freaking house. That's what you're expecting them to do. You have to stop. You have to get it together, make radical changes to the district, and put instruction first. Until you have a qualified teacher in every classroom, you are not doing your job, period. Everything else doesn't matter until every child has a qualified teacher, period. If you spend 48 cents on the dollar on instruction compared to all the other districts spending over 58 cents on the dollar on instruction, it's obvious why you have problems. Because you don't prioritize the bond between teacher and student. The only thing that matters, and the only thing the state pays for, is the teacher and the student being bonded together. So make that the priority and fix it.
Amy Schickel, Stephanie Shortell,
Good evening. I'm Dr. Stephanie Shortell. Thank you for your work. I'm a parent of 2 adult alums of GRPS who had amazing teachers here. I also volunteer quite a lot in GRPS, and I donate money through my small family foundation. My message is that teacher recruitment and retention in GRPS must be your highest priority. But I also have constructive criticism. You are so fortunate to have a community that is this invested. Receive this as a blessing. Without little speeches, how bad we are. Okay? As a regular community member, I feel that this board and superintendent can do much better in showing respect to the teachers and community. My disagreement is not an attack. I disagree that the board acted appropriately last week, and I'm pretty mild-mannered. I was very disappointed that the board superintendent chose to research the Open Meetings Act by reading screens during community comments. Gaining trust by not doing this is low-hanging fruit, and you can do it. Thank you for doing this week. Demonstrating respect is extremely important, and it's your job. As a 25-year resident, I am struck that for whatever reason, the breakdown of trust that I'm seeing has happened on your watch. And I expect that you will take responsibility for it. You must do better. Thank you very much.
John William Shawan, Carrie Shively, Dan Slater, is Pamela Seals here? Andrew John William, Carrie Shively.
Carrie Shively.
Go ahead, Carrie.
All right. Closer. Don't throw me time. Okay. Carrie Shively, I'm a teacher at Palmer Elementary. I've been a teacher for Grand Rapids Public Schools for 27 years. I'm beyond proud of the work that I have done and the people that I have worked with. With that being said, there have been many times throughout my career when I have contemplated if I was able to continue teaching. But when I sit down to think about what else I would do, I can't imagine doing anything else. Unfortunately, the reasons that make me think about leaving education are things that are out of my control. While the majority of my evaluations since starting the Danielson rubric have been rated as highly effective, our brutal evaluation system has often left me feeling inadequate, while also taking an extensive amount of time from both me and my administrator to complete. Also, policies or requests made by our administration that do not support me in the classroom but still take away time that I would use to plan and invest in my daily teaching. I've been very fortunate to be in a building that has an amazing principal, an amazing staff that support each other and make each other better. This, unfortunately, is very unique within GRPS because of the constant changing of programs and turnover of both teaching staff and building level administration. It takes time to develop programs and relationships with fellow teachers, with the communities we are part of, and of course our students and families. Yet year after year, changes are made without us having a say and feeling like we have no control over the career that impacts so much of our lives. I currently work with a first-year teacher, and he is doing an amazing job, though it is an extremely difficult job, and the district makes many things even more difficult. I'm confused why we think he should stay in this district. After this year, if it would be financially better for him to go elsewhere. He wants to stay, but we are asking him to choose less money, work more days, and have little consistency or control over his career. I have no ability to make these changes being a teacher. The only thing we have left to do is request the school board step in.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Dan Slaughter, and I just want you to say, I know a lot of you because you've been in my classroom. Am I right? Shake your head, yes. Those of you that have been in my room. I should be giving most of your heads, but no. Now, educators, are the kids the fun part of the job? Oh, I can't hear you. Yes, they are the fun part of the job. They are why we do what we do. Yes, I'm not wearing red. I'm wearing something from another place that I teach at, where we have a calendar for the next, count Mr. Dan, 1, 2, 3, 4 years. 4 years up, we have a calendar. We need a calendar. Families in Grand Rapids Public Schools deserve a calendar. Having a shared and mutually agreed upon calendar is essential for staying organized and connected and not having miscommunication. We know this. With everyone's schedules in one place, we are able to do what we need to do, and that is teach, educate, inspire. That's why we do what we do. Our GRPS families are incredible, but you're not treating them well by not have a calendar? How can they schedule doctor's appointments for their elderly father that they're taking care of? How can they schedule appointments with an immigration attorney? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madison Stever, Rachel Thone, Katie Torlauson Reagan.
My name is Lucas Southwell. I am a first-year teacher at Grand Rapids University Preparatory Academy. I'm the new English, 10th grade English and AP seminar teacher. Prior to that, I served as a both short-term and long-term sub in GRPS for the last 30 years. I am not just here on behalf of myself, but also my colleagues who could not make it here tonight, especially those colleagues who were here last week to voice their concerns, but could not make it as a result of us needing to reschedule this meeting as a result of the board failing to accommodate the public. Beyond that, I would also like to touch on what my colleagues have already touched on, and that is the ramifications of failing to properly pay our teachers. I love this district. It has been my dream over the last 3 years to be a fully certified teacher in it. I love our students, I love my colleagues, but we are bleeding teachers and we are bleeding students. The man whose job I took left this district for a $12,000 raise. We lost, over the summer, 3 highly qualified, highly skilled AP teachers at our school. Those are teachers whose training you paid for, and now they, some other district is reaping the benefit because you failed to properly invest in them in the long term. I saw firsthand in the long-term sub the debacle that was the Elevate K through 12 nonsense, where you decided to pay not for 1 qualified teacher, but rather 2 unqualified teachers, as if that would somehow make up the difference, as if that was a good long-term financial investment. Please understand, when you do not pay teachers, that hurts you in the long run financially. That is, maybe it helps your budget in the short term, but it will only result in higher costs and us bleeding students in the long term. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Madison Stever, and I am a K-2 elementary autism teacher at Sidley. I want to start by saying I do not envy the position that any of you are in currently or were in on Monday. I think about after all of these testimonies, it sounds like a broken record when it's constantly talked about our inefficient pay and the disproportionate allocation of funds and the general mistreatment of teachers. It gets like a broken record, but we will not stop until our students are served properly and teachers are taken care of despite GRPS's poor decision making. Allow me to share a story. Recently, I was at a family event where I heard my mother doting and praising my career and how proud she was of me to be a teacher, but how she genuinely worried about how teachers are treated at GRPS. This caused me to do an inventory of my current bills against what I make as a 3rd year special education teacher with a master's degree. I could not teach at GRPS if it weren't for my family. I could not teach here if it were not for my parents. Both of my parents are retired and should be fully enjoying the funds of their hard work that they have worked for their entire lives, but instead, they are personally allowing me to work at GRPS by covering things that I cannot cover, such as my car payment, my insurance, my phone, and among other things. Let me be clear, again, the reason I am able to work at GRPS is because of my family at home. The reason I stay is for my Sidley familia. Our ASD team is trauma bonded through no lunch breaks, no planning periods, the ongoing struggles of criminally low pay, inequitable resources, but most importantly, we are bonded through the love for our students and for our craft. I am now currently in a place where I want to be here. I want to work with my
Hello, my name is Rachel Toon, and I'm a special education resource teacher. I choose to speak today and echo what my former mentor teacher, Kate Holmwood, said earlier. We currently have 4 self-contained ASD classrooms and an ECSD classroom. You just heard from one of our ASD classroom teachers. These classrooms account for 9 special education assistants. We currently have 3 employed. 3. How unsafe is it that our most vulnerable students have the least amount of support in our building? Myself, our other resource teacher, and any other support staff within our building receive multiple messages a day asking to help support these classrooms if we have the time, which we usually don't. Thankfully, we have fully staffed related service providers, which include social workers, speech pathologists, occupational therapists, and physical therapists, although all of them are at the top end of their caseload limit if they aren't over the limit already. However, between us as the resource teachers, behavior specialists, youth advocates, mental health clinicians, we have approximately 115 students of our own to support outside of our ASD programming. That's 37% of our school receiving Tier 2 behavior interventions and supports, or the legal Tier 3 special education resource programming students are entitled to. When we choose to help support our ASD programs over our own kids, 37% of the students at our school suffer. While I'd like to argue that our special education team and our school is one of the best in the district, we cannot operate efficiently and to the best of our ability when we have our special education programming this understaffed. Not only do our most vulnerable students suffer, but our whole school suffers. If you are going to hire special educational aides at a competitive wage to work in our buildings, then like you visited Dan Slagner's classroom, maybe you or one of the other 300 non-instructional people who work for the district should come and help out in our ASD classrooms to see why this competitive wage is imperative. We are stretched so thin that soon we will break if we haven't already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie Torkelson-Regan, and I'm a science teacher at Grand Rapids Public Museum High School. I moved to Grand Rapids in January from across the state. I specifically wanted to teach at Museum High, and I'm so grateful that I'm here. I love this school. The scholars, the staff, the administration are truly incredible. I want to be at the school for the long run. However, in order to work for this district, I took a $25,000 pay cut. I make less now as an 8th year teacher with a master's degree than I did as a 1st year teacher in a different district. I teach more preps, I have more students, and I work more days than before. It's hard to justify staying here when every other district in the area compensates their teachers more fairly. In addition to being a teacher in the district, I'm also a parent. Soon my family will be looking for schools for my little one. I want to say without hesitation that I will send him to GRPS, but I can't do that right now. Teacher turnover in GRPS is the first thing that other parents mention to me when they tell me about their experience with the district. I do not know of a single family in my neighborhood who has continued with GRPS after a few years, and they all specifically mention stories of their child having 2 or 3 teachers or subs over the course of a year. And this is at both neighborhood and new schools. This is a universal problem. I won't accept that for my son, and no family should accept that. Teachers are the foundation of a good education and the face of the district for families. If good teachers leave, families leave, or they won't even come here in the first place. And teachers here are leaving because they are not being treated or compensated fairly. Again, I want to remain committed to this district as a teacher, and I want to be in this district as a parent. I want to stay here, I want to send my son here, and I want this district to be a place that every single scholar in GRPS and the surrounding area feels welcome in, and teacher retention is the absolute key foundational part of that. You, the board, can change that by agreeing to increasing teacher salaries and adjusting our calendar so that it is in line with other districts in the area. Thank you.
Erica Van Dyke, Betsy
Jesse Van Kloppenberg, Nick Voigt, Christy Wayman.
Before I get into the meat of my public comment, I really have to address the President's opening statement real quick. So you said in your opening statement that you regret that students witnessed disorder in the last board meeting. I didn't witness it because I was in the hallway because you didn't have room for everybody, but I'll take your word. But what about the disorder and disruption our students are experiencing in classrooms without teachers? Do you remember the general vibe of the classroom with a substitute teacher? Because it's not exactly an environment full of order and decorum. Just some food for thought. So I know everyone is worried about the budget and about state funding cuts, and I'm just here as a community member and fellow Kent County educator. I'm not on the negotiating team, so I won't rehash all the math you've been presented with over the long months of negotiations. The plans and suggestions that they've made about how you can better prioritize your budget, about selling off school buildings, about moving the math around. I won't rehash that what your teachers are asking for doesn't even bring them up. It's not exorbitant, right? I mean, it barely brings them up to the low end of the district average. So I understand that there's already a compromise here. I want to choose to believe that you want to find a solution. I choose to believe that this is not an us versus them situation. I choose to believe that you are maybe operating out of fear that the books won't balance and you don't want to be the board where the books went into the red. But none of your teachers want to be operating without being able to pay their bills. They're all figuring out how to make it work with a much tighter budget constraint than what Dr. Roby is working with. And they're still paying for supplies for their own classrooms and food and snacks for their kids. They're students, not their own children, by the way. So, I want to urge you to act with courage, and I want you to look behind me. The community came out last week in more numbers than you could handle and accommodate. We will come out again. We came out again this week. We will continue to come out week after week until and after your teachers have a fair contract. My responsibility to our community does not end there. Please act with courage. I have like 2 more paragraphs, but that's fine.
Dr. Roby and board members. My name is Reconvening, and I serve on the Education Justice team at Urban Core Collective. I'm here in solidarity with the educators who continue to advocate for improved pay, and I support calls for reimagining our budget to ensure that educators are able to focus their attention on their students. We know that teacher working conditions are student learning conditions. I'm also here to share again about the Invest in My Kids ballot initiative. By adding a 5% tax surcharge to annual income above $500,000 for individuals or $1 million for couples, this initiative will raise more than $1 billion annually for schools across Michigan, including here in Grand Rapids. This tax surcharge will impact less than 2% of the population in Michigan. These funds are to be allocated to local classrooms, supporting critical things like career and technical education, reducing class sizes, and recruiting and retaining teachers. Based on what we keep hearing from our educators, I suspect that having additional funds to increase teacher pay here in the district would be a way to retain these critical members of the GRPS community. I invite those of you who haven't met with us yet to do so as soon as possible so we can share more about Invest in My Kids. I'm also here to encourage you to consider passing a resolution in support of this initiative. We continue to hear that the district is pressed for funds, and this initiative is a direct response to those concerns. I recognize that I can feel demoralized to constantly hear frustration from folks who are here to serve. This is a solutions-based response that I hope you can support. And finally, if you haven't already, I invite you, all of you as well here in the room, to stop by my seat at the end of this meeting and sign the Invest in My Kids petition. District and board member support is critical and time is of the essence. We have, last week it was 157 more days to collect some 700,000 signatures across the state to get this issue on the ballot in November 2026. Anyone registered to vote in the state of Michigan can sign, and by doing so, you're helping to work towards the beginning of supports for both our educators and our students. Thank you.
evening. My name is Betsy Van Kloppenberg. I'm a parent of 2 students in the district. And I want the administration and the board to know and understand that GRPS parents support their teachers. Not long ago, I voted in support of the millage to reimagine our facilities throughout the district. But can we reimagine our district to be the premier, most attractive district in West Michigan for teachers? A desirable destination for top talent? Certainly there are savings that came along with that millage that we passed. In order to be high-achieving, schools need a consistent, stable, efficient, and effective team of teachers, a strong community. High turnover is detrimental to student success. We call our students scholars, but it has been well publicized and talked about here tonight that we pay their educators thousands less than teachers make in surrounding districts. What does that say about us? What does that say about our kids? What does that say about our priorities? Please consider Occam's razor. Let's look at the simplest solution. What is the most obvious solution here? It is right in front of us. Everybody here is asking. Please pay our teachers. Do not rob our kids. Please pay our teachers a fair wage and give them a fair contract now. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Nick Boyd. I'm a second-year teacher with GRPS. This is my 8th year in education. I teach K-12 music and orchestra at GR4 and also Ottawa Hills High School. Last year when I was new to the district, I was appalled when I learned that a long-term sub was teaching our 8th graders because the position was not filled. I distinctly remember my immediate thought being, there's no way that this is acceptable, right? And I wondered why parents of those students weren't contacting the school or the district about it. Now, being in the district for another year, I know it's not only an accepted, but planned practice to fill our numerous vacancies with long-term substitutes and then call that adequate education. You say, well, all of our subs are certified. In no way does a certified sub equal a quality teacher. This amount of vacancies in a district isn't normal, and it signifies an institutional problem which the board and district leadership are fully responsible for. For context, I looked at a few similar school districts in size and population within the state. I'll be quick. Lansing Public, 30 certified instructional vacancies, 138 total vacancies. Also the only district in Michigan that spends less on instructional resources than we do. Kalamazoo Public, 11 certified, 38 total. Muskegon Public, 10 certified, 21 total. Kentwood Public, 3 certified, 24 vacancies. And just for fun, Detroit Public, 53,000 students, 108 buildings, only 29 certified positions and 74 total vacancies. In comparison, as of this afternoon, Grand Rapids, Detroit website, we have 50 open instructional positions, 162 total vacancies. By not putting structures in place to attract, but more importantly, retain educators, every single one of you sitting there directly causes harm to our students and our families. Every single one of you that's sitting there. I acknowledge it's uncomfortable to have so many people coming at you from all sides, but how uncomfortable must it be for our students and our families to not have consistency with their education?
That's time.
My name is Christy Wayman. I teach kindergarten at Southwest Elementary Academy of Greenway. I've been teaching with Grand Rapids for 29 years. When our last contract was finalized in 2022, there was a very important piece left unresolved. That's elementary planning time. GREA agreed that we would work with GRPS and we continue to bargain this crucial issue. And so I joined that committee to address it. And we gathered data from other elementary schools in our district as well as other schools across the county. In 2023, we put together a proposal and we presented it, but 3 years later, here we are, and there's been no progress, no answers, no extra planning time, no extra specials, no extended classes for our students, and despite the promise that this was going to happen and be resolved during that contract time in 2022. So across Kent County, the average teacher gets 250 minutes of planning time per week. This time supports the teacher, gives them adequate time to plan quality lessons, but it also gives those students access to classes like STEM or ELAB, language classes, extra art time, music, or PE time, but our teachers and our students only get 123 minutes a week for art, music, and PE. Nothing special. That's a difference of 127 minutes over 2 hours weekly. The district thinks giving us financial compensation for lack of planning time is adequate, but it's not. They're only offering maybe $200 more in the next contract, and they're also offering a measly 27 minutes of weekly planning time additional for the next contract, but that would still be 100 minutes short of what the colleagues in other districts have. Honestly, I need more time in my classroom to plan. We've been expected to teach a new math and a reading curriculum, and no additional time to plan them. I'm asking you, please, give us more time in our new contract. Both our teachers and our students deserve that. Thank you.
Aaron Wissner.
My name is Mariah Welch, a former St. Cross teacher and sibling parent. The last time I spoke at a board meeting was March 3rd, the day my husband lost his job. This summer, while teaching at Southwest, I sat with my budget and realized that without a meaningful wage increase, my family of four could not pay our bills. A leap of faith application to Northview turned into a $16,000 raise. That offer confirmed what many teachers already know. One, GRPS wages for teachers and staff do not even compare to neighboring districts. And two, our hard work will be recognized elsewhere. But money is not the only issue. In fact, the true problem is that we are losing students by the hundreds every year. And why are students leaving? They are leaving because of the lack of safety. They are leaving because of what some have referred to as an abusive relationship. The relationship of power and fear created between principals and central office has led to a mass exodus of principals who have become middle management, forced to answer to executive directors instead of being allowed to lead. My own principal sat in his office with our quadrant leader for hours trying to convince him that I was traumatized by a student exposing themselves to me and my class. That student came back to school, that student reoffended. My former principal and I no longer work for GRPS. On paper, I left for the money, but in reality, being back on a GRPS campus feels like a squeeze around my windpipe. It is hard to breathe, thinking about the lack of safety my former students and coworkers have, let alone my own daughter. July 2nd, before applying elsewhere, I emailed the board several low-cost ways that could support teachers without increasing their salary. I got no response, so I will give a short list here. Eliminate the quadrant leader position. It is redundant and shows a lack of trust in the teachers that we have hired. Child care partnerships will be nice. Summer stipends, gym discounts, paid paternal leave, a basic needs pantry, more recognition, and Dr. Roby, who says you have to take a pay increase this year? Dr. Roby, no one cares about the technicalities of your raise. What stakeholders see as a superintendent making more than the governor of Michigan while teachers struggle to buy diapers. The hard truth is that the lack of student enrollment is due to inability to dramatically change the budget. Students are leaving the district because it is unsafe, filled with nepotism and intimidation, and has protected them for far too long. We are now working for the best interests of our students. Peace, I'm out.
Well, wow, that was something. You know, I came back to teach after being retired for 5 years. My name's Aaron. Wiesner. I'm teaching money class just around the corner over there to the seniors. I would not recommend you go to teaching the GRPS, I gotta tell you that. Once they figure out how much they gotta save up for bills and cars and house and retirement and stuff, and they're gonna be like, there's no way you can do that. So where did money go? Well, as Tim pointed out, the district is spending less than half of its money on teachers. Less than half. In most districts, it's about 60%, 62%, and that's including retirement, insurance, all the stuff. You just add up how much does a teacher cost. Like the first year teacher share, $45,000, something like that. You add even insurance and something, and maybe they cost the district $60,000 or something like that. So how much is that? The difference between 48% going into the classroom as teachers and 60%. Well, that's $31 million. 31. That's 31 days in a month. 31 days in a month. Right. $31 million. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to find $31 million. And how do we do that? Well, the board passes a motion that the superintendent find $31 million to cut out of non-teachers, non-classroom, and then that frees up the money. Now, where is that money going? Well, I heard something right now about some redundant levels of management, and I'm not going to suggest anything because that's what the superintendent's there for. But that's where the money's going. Oh, and the salary schedule. Worst salary schedule ever. We heard earlier that somebody's in the district 9 years. They've only went up 3 steps. That's crazy. The teachers should be going up a step every single year. Whew. I have a lot more to say, but that's enough for now.
Okay, we will move into our students who filled out public comment cards tonight. Elizabeth Stambaugh, followed by Grant Strauss.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Stambaugh. I am a 2025 graduate from City and a registered voter here in Grand Rapids. My mom is a single mom, and she is my sole support. She has been a GRPS high school teacher for the last 4 years. Growing up with a single mother on a teacher's salary has never been easy, especially considering the fact that I am a type 1 diabetic and have been for the last 13 years. I need medical supplies and insulin to survive. I watch my mom work herself to the bone every single day, but every year health insurance costs go up, and it feels like we're always fighting just to afford the medicine that keeps me alive. In the 4 years of her working at GRPS, the complications of my disease have been a challenge because of the district's choice to keep increasing the cost of keep decreasing the cost of medical coverage that they will cover, and instead of picking plans that could reduce the actual cost of medicine for someone like me. The stress I see on my mother's face when she pays the medical bills is indescribable. I have to watch her choose between making memories with her daughter, whether that be small trips or events, or keeping her daughter alive. I know she would do anything for me, but I also know that no family should have to choose between money and health. No child should feel guilty for needing the medicine that keeps them alive, and no organization should continually harm its employees to offset the redundant costs. All I am asking is to live and not just survive. My family and families like mine deserve lower costs, medical coverage, and a better future. Your lack of care does not make me feel physically safe, as your actions have direct consequences on my life and care. Do better, GRPS, for your students and your staff. Thank you.
Jen DeCalves, CA Cross student. How about Anna Gentrikoffs? Rudy as well? Iris?
Oscar Howe. Sophie Howe. I'm here.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Sophie y voy a Southwest Academia Bilingüe Middle High. Estoy aquí porque no es justo. I repeat, this isn't fair. I have wonderful teachers at Southwest, and they work their heart out every day to make sure we get the education we need, even though they don't get paid what they deserve. I'm asking you to raise their pay so they can stay at Southwest without feeling the fear that they won't make enough to support themselves. The teachers at Southwest are the best teachers in the world. For example, my 5th grade teacher went out of her way every day to sell snacks after school so we could raise money to go on field trips. My 7th grade STEM teacher would make sure to look everywhere to find field trips that tie into what we were learning. This year, in 8th grade, already my math teacher has started getting to school early in the morning and staying late to answer our questions and help us succeed. As you walk through the halls of Southwest, every teacher will wave, say hello, and acknowledge you. That's because at Southwest, us students form an unbreakable bond with the teachers. And that's why I'm here tonight to stand up for all my teachers. I started in Southwest in kindergarten, and I want to be there all the way in through high school. And I want my teachers to be right there beside me. Con respeto, gracias.
Eric Brown, followed by Daniel Shute.
Good evening. First, I want to say that my name is Eric Brown, President and CEO of the Urban League of West Michigan. First thing I want to say tonight is that we're in full support of teachers making more money, and we're in support of them advocating the right way for them to get paid what they need to get paid. I just want to bring to light real quick 250 years worth of a country, 12 to 13 generations worth of a country and a government that has not been interested in the education of the most vulnerable of us for this whole period of time. Unfortunately, because of that, we all know about Plessy versus Ferguson. We're familiar with Brown versus Board of Education. We're familiar with the provisions in the Civil Rights Act around education, all these unfunded mandates that have been spoken of. These are all things that are on you guys' laps and in the laps of our teachers have to deal with now. I'll park real quick for a second of 1994. This might not resonate as much as those other dates, but in 1994, Michigan passed Proposal A that codified inequities in school funding that gives boards the challenge of trying to be able to provide equal education to the most vulnerable. It was codified into law to make everything more difficult so that the most vulnerable of us do not receive the education that we receive. So once again, I'm in support. Am I at 1 minute yet? Close to there.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left? Okay. So I'm in support of teachers making more, but I'm not in support of forums where
the schools prosper. God is going to cut off the funds because of the garbage that is taught. To teach evolution, by the way, that's a religion. Scripture says God created the heavens and the earth. And if you teach children that they came from animals, they will act like animals. Scripture says God made man and woman. 2 genders. Stop teaching anything else. If you want God's blessing, teach His truth. Bring back the Holy Scriptures. Crime will go down. Education, efficiency will go up. In fact, teach them to read the Bible. If they learn to read the Bible, they will read much better. Because God will bless them for that. Don't tell me to separate church and state. You're already teaching religion. It's called atheism and humanism. That is the religion. Teach about Jesus. Jesus, who died for our sins, that we might have eternal life. And this book
That's time.
tells everyone how to
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a speaker that, okay. Who do we have?
Daniel Kraft.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Danny Kraft. I go to City and I'm a 7th grade. My previous teachers at my old school, North Park Montessori, were the best teachers I've ever had. Take example,
Funniest thing ever.
7 year over there. She worked so hard to make kids learn and make kids happy. And she teaches 3 grades at once because it's a Montessori school. And sorry. Yeah. Sometimes there's kids who are just above grade level and they need better education. And Miss Ettinger teaches that, and sometimes she has to teach 5 grade levels, which I think is great if you can do that. Also, my dad, he is a great teacher, but he had to leave because Northview was offering a 19% pay raise. That is just not acceptable if you're GRPS. You're always talking about how GRPS is my choice. My choice is to give the teachers more money.
Good evening, my name is Jamie, and I'm the Vice President of GREA and a teacher at Union High School. First of all, I second so much what was said tonight, and I have been saying similar things for the last 2 years in my tenure as Vice President of GREA, and I hope that you are listening because it is so awesome to hear these parents and students speak up and be out on behalf of their teachers. I saw some things scrolling across the screen. I wasn't inside the board meeting last Monday because I gave my space to someone else who was in the lobby. I felt like you had heard me enough, and I thought it was time for other people to speak out, and they did. And I'm very proud of them and very happy that they're here. Your number 3 on your moral imperative statement says, every scholar will have a quality teacher. Moral imperative are the key words there, I think, on that slide. And I'm just wondering if we're actually holding to that statement. I also found it ironic that I received 4 emails today about nepotism staff advisory policies, vector videos, which, by the way, a whole bunch of teachers did their GNCs because nobody bothered to tell them that they shouldn't do those. So that's going to be a fun conversation that I have with Michelle Dexter in the next week. But I also found the 4th one ironic because it said, make sure you're familiar with your bargaining agreement. GRPS this fall violated the bargaining agreement by paying teachers wrongfully against the contract language, by not paying them equally 21 or 26 pays. I have principals who don't know the bargaining agreement. I don't think it's just teachers that need to know the bargaining agreement, and I know many don't read it because they don't have time, but that's why we're here. But I also think it's important for the district to know that agreement as well and to hold to it. Evaluation was given out today, the guidebook, once again, totally unfair. Our ESL teachers are going to be graded based on the entire district-wide data. How is that fair? Will Overland, the young man who spoke today, is going to be graded in the entire district. He's an awesome teacher. He is highly effective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bryn Daika.
I'm back! Hello, my name is Rebecca Beltran. I am again the daughter of an immigrant, and on the eve of the Day of National Independence of Mexico, I am here fighting for my rights once again. I want to stay in GRPS. I fell in love with this community, the community of Grand Rapids, because I'm from the south suburbs of Chicago. I fell in love when I went to Aquinas and was able to work in the GRPS schools. I volunteered at Cesar Chavez. I volunteered at Alger. I was a long-term sub at City. I was a student teacher at City. I worked at Ottawa last
I have friends who wanted to be here tonight. They couldn't. They're working a second job. I have friends who couldn't join the union. They couldn't. $100 was too much a month. How is that fair? How is that right? I have been through 2 years of professional development in GRPS, and I have seen career educators come from GRPS into these PDs. They tell us, oh, I love working at GRPS. I love being a GRPS teacher. I want to love being a GRPS teacher. I want to be a career educator in GRPS. Why are you pushing me out? Why are you not giving me the opportunity to stay? I love my students. Some of you are their parents. You know I love my students. I love the work I do. I love my job. I wake up every day with a smile on my face, so excited to go in. I love my kids. I can't stay here if I'm making $10,000 less than other districts. My brother just started getting CPS, $71,000 a year. I'm making half of that. I'm going to have a master's degree and I'm still going to be making half of that. Please, look at me and tell me I deserve that. So I just have one question this week. I want to stay in GRPS. I'm begging you, please let me stay in GRPS. I love my students. So why are you pushing me out? That's all I got.
Hi, my name is Brenda, and this is my 3rd school year in GRPS. I know you've heard many stories about teachers leaving the district for better paying jobs in the suburbs, but my story is the opposite, and I wanted to share it with you. Before coming here, I taught New Zealand public schools for 11 years. Same school, same classroom even, my job was very stable and steady. Of course, the students kept things interesting, but the trust and respect I had for my district and leadership was never questioned. One moment from the beginning of my career in Zealand that I will never forget was when we were given key cards to unlock our building. The superintendent himself reiterated that the reason they are able to track who enters the building was for our own safety, not for security reasons or due to a blatant lack of trust, but for us and our safety. That made an impact on me. However, as nice as Zealand was in a lot of ways, it didn't feel like me. After the pandemic, having 2 babies and a lot of thought, I pursued GRPS, and I didn't give up until I was hired in my dream job. Within the first month of my new school here at GRPS, I felt at home. I've never felt so comfortable in a new place as I did at CA Frost. The staff, students, and families quickly became dear to my heart. I have often said it's a good thing I love it here, because otherwise I might hate it here. Working in this district, I am dismayed at the lack of trust and respect for teachers, including the GREA. I am distraught at the lack of pay raises over the years. I am embarrassed at the way our district is viewed by the county, as we have the lowest teacher pay and cannot even seem to bargain a fair contract. On that note, if I had to choose one thing from my previous district that I miss the most, it would be the amicable relationship between the district admin and our teachers union. Can't you see that we are actually fighting for the same outcome, which is the best education for our kids? Can't you see that our working conditions as teachers are equal to children's learning conditions? Please do better, GRPS. I am so grateful to be here. Please don't continue to push us away. Thank you.
I'm Tanya Editor. I teach at North Park, and it's really late and I'm really tired, and I didn't have any planning time today, and I won't have any planning time tomorrow. In fact, I won't have planning time until 2:50 on Wednesday, which is pretty normal. But the good news is when I'm nervous to talk really fast, I'll be done so quick. I have been a highly effective teacher multiple times, which is cool and all that, because then you don't have to go through the evaluation. It also means people always want you to take on student teachers and teacher apprentices and all those other things, so I take on a lot of those from Grand Valley, from Aquinas, from so many GRCC students, and I can't convince any of them to take a job in GRPS. I couldn't convince my own daughters who graduated from GRPS that they even wanted to be teachers, because they see how teachers are treated so poorly. And some of y'all know my daughters, you have heard from my daughters, they're amazing. These young people that I work with from the universities, they're such good teachers, and other people are benefiting from them. The other thing that I get to do a lot is mentor young teachers, which is
is great. I put all this time into it, you pay me for that, it's a pittance, but you pay me for that, which like acknowledges that it's valuable. And then they leave because they can't handle it as new teachers for all the reasons that have already been said tonight. So all that to say, I'm doing what I can do. And that's like all that I can do. So now I need you to do what you can do so that these people that I'm pouring my life into, not just my students, but like the future, they also can do what we all need them to do. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elise Farrock and I teach at CA Frost Middle High. Teaching at CA Frost is my dream job. I love my colleagues, I love our families, and most of all, I love our kids. I love watching a 9th grader who used to skip every class time into our screen with a net to collect macroinvertebrates. I love reading the pages of backstory 8th graders write about their elemental superheroes. I love when a 7th grade boy showed up feeling sharp with a fresh haircut on picture day. I love when a 10th grader who used to sleep through class cries and hugs his teachers on the last day of school because he finally feels loved. We are truly a family at CA Frost, but as you've heard earlier today, our family is shrinking. After our principal announced he was leaving for another district, 2 other teachers left this summer. All 3 of those people love CA Frost and never would have left if not for the bigger problems in this district. And when good teachers leave, families follow them. One of my former colleagues left because she couldn't afford to support her family. I make around $55,000 today, which is the same as I did a decade ago in another district before I got my master's degree. Except because of inflation, that money now has the buying power of only $41,000. So essentially I make over $10,000 less than I did when I was 23. We are not asking for anything extravagant, like say $280,000. We are asking to at least keep up with inflation so teachers will take a pay cut every single year. We are asking for you to help us afford to stay with the kids we love. It takes an incredible amount of privilege to afford to work at GRPS. Because of my own privilege, my whole family can afford for me to stay with my Frost family for now, but we won't be able to for another decade, and that reality breaks my heart. If you want to put students first, you have to support the teachers who love them and spend our days nurturing them. Teachers are angry. We are angry. We love our kids. We want to stay with them. And if we didn't, we'd already be working in a neighboring district for an extra $10,000 or $16,000. We are here because we want to save GRPS. If you truly can't afford to help me stay, we are here because we want to save GRPS. I would love to retire from CA Frost. Please help me afford to stay. Thank you.
First, I want to thank you for taking the time to hear all of these wonderful public comments. I am hopeful that through this dialogue, perhaps there will be a better understanding of the teachers' needs so that we can finally come to a contract that we are satisfied with. I wanted to address the board with the claim that classrooms are adequately supplied with resources for student learning and for teachers to teach. Now, this is my first full year as a teacher, and last year I started halfway through the year replacing an Elevate teacher. I came into a classroom that was lacking a great deal of materials and was provided with very few supplies. Thankfully, my mom is a teacher herself and was able to share with me many of the resources she has collected throughout the years in order to get me started. However, that was not enough. This summer, I put together an Amazon wish list and sent it out to my aunts, my uncles, grandparents, and friends in hopes of their willingness to support my efforts to supply my classroom with the things that I needed to make my classroom practical, engaging, and rewarding. I bought a pencil sharpener for my classroom in the spring of last year because there was no sharpener provided by the school. I still went for the high-end one at $30. Unfortunately, within the first 2 weeks of this school year, a fight broke out in my classroom and the students broke it. So then, I had to buy another one, $60 down the drain. I have supplied a lot of my own stuff to my classroom. Expo markers, candy, pens, colored pencils, pencil boxes, and more. I was also only given 16 no,
to teach at Aqua for the second time around. I'm not here for myself. I won't be doing this a lot longer. I'm here for my colleagues, my young colleagues, who I see daily pour their heart and soul into their job. They love the kids, they love the job, and I also hear them, and it's not like they're whining, but I do hear them worried about paying bills. Okay, and they should not have to worry about paying bills. I know there are other situations that come into play with the money the district has, but at the end of the day, you are the ones who determine their pay. All right, there are other people to blame, and it is a shame, but when you go to bed at night, I wonder if you feel any shame. Thank you.
Chris Pelton. Olivia Rodriguez. Renee Taylor. Followed by Commissioner Robert Womack.
Hello, my name is Renee Taylor, and this is year 25. I teach second grade at Brookside. I got a lot to say. GRPS prides itself on being equity focused on their strategic plan. However, teacher pay is grossly inequitable compared with other Kent County districts. We have the hardest working teachers in West Michigan. Someone told me not to say that because it would create division, but other districts know that and they love hiring us. People send their kids to schools because of the teachers. Teachers are the face of the school district. The bulk of district resources should be directed to teachers and classrooms. Administration loves to say that we do what's best for scholars. It's best for scholars for schools to be fully staffed with certified teachers, not subs for extended periods of time. It's best for scholars to have a teacher who is not stressed out and can pay their bills on a salary that is competitive with surrounding districts. It's best for scholars and families to know who their teachers are year after year and to have consistency in instruction. It's best for scholars to have services that are on their IEPs. It's best for scholars and staff to work in buildings where the culture is healthy. I know work around district culture has been started, but the district's toxic culture of fear, retribution, and weaponizing the evaluation process is alive and well. What you witnessed last week was a portion of how frustrated and angry and dissatisfied staff has been for years. I am certain that you don't understand how difficult our work is. If you knew, negotiations wouldn't take 16 months and we would not be hemorrhaging teachers.
Thank you very much. Feels good to stretch my legs and everybody else been sitting. So being a Grand Rapids Public School student myself that graduated here, I just want to ask all the teachers to stand up, please. I want to thank you for all the teachers I know I have a chance to thank. And everybody in here stand up and prove the board and give them a standing ovation that they deserve. If you love education, stand up and give our teachers that standing ovation that they deserve. I have a few seconds to fit that in. I have a few seconds to fit that in because I didn't have to address profanity. And I'm just very happy that everybody has expressed themselves because what they're expressing is so important. I don't beat up on the board or the superintendent because I know that you inherited the Titanic. When you ran, you didn't know what you were getting into. But we have to say the Titanic because our kids are at the bottom of that Titanic. You inherited A school board that had already privatized busing and support systems for our teachers. You inherited a school system that depleted our city league sports team for self. You inherited a school that had people working at the school or on the school board that was also taking money from people that were promoting school vouchers. That's what you walked into. But the time has come that we must understand our teachers come first. If you fail one teacher, you fail 30 kids. If you fail one teacher, it's 30 kids. If you fail 30 teachers, you fail 300 kids. If we fail, and I say we, the school board and the government, don't let us off the hook. The state budget for education is always late because they don't value education. But it's never late when politicians need a raise. That's my time. If you fail 300 teachers, you fail 9,000 kids. If you fail 9,000 kids, you fail a community. 10% raise by any means necessary.
Unless, of course, that means he's getting loud and mean and meeting, then that means it's not necessary, according to him and all his friends over there.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Roby. My name is John Van Poobel, and I teach 7th and 8th grade social studies at City High Middle School. I spoke last year on teacher pay, so I'm here for the same thing but a little bit different. So I'm confused, though, as how the district is closing buildings, eliminating positions, and still having a budget deficit when we've had surpluses in the past. How are we projecting a deficit whenever teacher pay isn't going up? Teacher pay has not gone up meaningfully, and an average increase of 4.5% would really only affect the overall budget by maybe 2, maybe 3%. So how are these budget deficits in existence whenever costs have not risen meaningfully? So I completely doubt the district's financial responsibility and ability to manage. We see administrative staff getting high single-digit to low double-digit raises while we remain the same. GRPS projects a budget deficit this year, where in previous years they have had large surpluses, going up to $40 million. It's almost as if the deficit was created in order to get leverage in bargaining for this year. I feel like the district is in shambles. We have had constant issues with our paychecks, constant issues with the district not respecting our time and only worrying about the bottom line so that they can reward themselves for doing such a great job of getting graduation rates up while students are suffering success for career and college readiness. All right? We can all sit behind and say, oh, every student can graduate as long as we give them the E-Star or get them on the E-2020. We can get them to graduate, but they're not ready. They're reading at 2nd and 3rd grade levels as seniors and juniors. I did my student teaching at UPrep just 3 years ago and asked my former mentor teacher, oh, who's up on the 3rd floor these days? Is anyone still there? Not a single name of the 10 teachers on that 3rd floor did I recognize. But overall, I believe that the district needs to come to the negotiation table in good faith. Every day that we don't have a contract is disrespecting us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amy Paul, and I am the ELAB teacher at CA Frost Elementary and a parent of 2 GRPS students. To be honest, I don't want to be here right now. I'd rather be at home with my family, helping with homework, helping eat dinner together, or putting my children to bed. But I'm here because I feel I have to be here. I love my school, students, the staff I work with, and I care deeply about the families we serve. But the truth is, the low pay is making it incredibly hard to stay. I didn't become an educator for the money. None of us did. But when your paycheck doesn't cover the rising cost of living, when the health cost of health insurance goes up, and when you're forced to consider leaving a job you love just to support your own family, something is broken. Last year, I made less money than the previous year due to the steady increase in insurance premiums and the cost of living. No profession should expect its employees to make less money each year for doing the same hard work, and certainly not education, where we're entrusted with preparing the future. And it's not just about pay, it's about trust. Teachers are trained professionals. We know our students, we know what they need, but we're often micromanaged or buried under mandates from people who've never stepped foot in our classrooms. If we truly want the best for kids, we have to trust the people who work with them every single day. And finally, respect. Respect isn't just saying nice things during Teacher Appreciation Week. It's listening to us, involving us in decisions, providing us with the calendar for the year, and treating us like the experts we are. I didn't want to be away from my family tonight, nor did I want to last Monday, but I'm here because I care too much to stay silent. Our students deserve teachers who can afford to stay in this profession, not those forced out by burnout or financial hardship.
That's time.
Danny Kraft. Okay. Board members, we're at that 9:30 mark, so I need a motion to.
We just have to vote to extend the meeting past 9:30 as part of our policy.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting past 9:30 p.m. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We will continue with our meetings. I'm sorry, did you say there's a student that filled out a card? What's the name? Harper, come on up.
Yes, you can, Mama.
Hello, my name is Harper Vanderzauer. First off, and I know last meeting we made it pretty clear we were mad, but isn't it pretty disrespectful to walk out during public comment? Isn't it pretty disrespectful looking down at your phones while our community members are talking to you? You said you won't tolerate disrespect, so we won't either. I want you all, sorry, I'm nervous, to look me in the face. I want you all to give me all your attention and listen very clearly to these words. Raise our teachers' pay. I never want to talk at these board meetings, but I need you to listen to us. We are literally telling you what we need while you debate whether to adjourn the meeting for over half an hour. And also, hey, do you think we should raise teachers' pay? I should be at home right now. I don't like talking at these board meetings. Instead, I'm here. I'm begging you to pay my teachers more. And live streaming this meeting because GRPS refuses to do it. Thank you.
Ivan Diaz. Followed by Wendy Winston.
Hello, my name is Wendy Winston, and I'll skip all the greetings so that I can use my time. Grand Rapids Public Schools is an incredible school district. I live in Grand Rapids and I love it. That is why I have been fighting for 25 years to help make it better. And most of the people on the stage and in this room know that. I am proud to be an educator in Grand Rapids Public Schools. Our students are amazing. They're empathetic, creative, fun, and many have great senses of humor. I love the work that I do. I really enjoy working with my students and their caregivers. My colleagues are some of the most amazing human beings I've ever known, and several of them brought tears to my eyes tonight. People that I work with very closely. They pour everything into their work. This work is difficult. And I know some of you up there know, because you've worked in schools and you've worked with students. You know how exhausting it is. You know how difficult it is. Sometimes I'm so exhausted after students are dismissed that I can't grade papers, respond to emails, or contact parents. I'm just brain dead. I dream about teaching. I have teaching nightmares, and probably a lot of people in this room do too. I'm not complaining, I'm just highlighting that every educator in this room, every educator in this district is all in for GRPS. We wouldn't be here if we weren't. They're all in for GRPS until they're not.
Followed by Bethany DeBlacy.
Y'all look tired, and some of you are in your first year. My name is Carol Shower. My children previously attended GRPS. This is the first year I have no kids here, and they're still in elementary. We had to leave for safety reasons, because of staffing upheaval, because my kids' 504s couldn't be accommodated because there weren't enough staff in the building. It sucks. Since being in a new district with high staff retention rates, with teachers with more adequate planning time and appropriate support and classroom resources, I have wildly different children. They're healthier, they're happier, they're better educated because they can focus when they're at school. They're less anxious and they're more empowered. I hate that. Every kid in this district should be in a building that empowers them and enables them in that exact same way. We should not have to cross into the East Grand Rapids or into Hamilton or any of the other myriad of buildings here. We have options, and we have to choose what's best for our kids. We want it to be here. 3 years ago, I started regularly attending these board meetings. Nothing's really changed. The same teachers are fighting. The same board members are listening. The same ones are not. How do we get here to this place where you have hundreds of teachers showing up, begging you for dignity and for respect? As you go through these contract negotiations, I ask that you figure out where and why trust broke down and what you need to do to restore it. This is not just about money. This is about humanity and our future. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bethany DeBlay, and I am a parent, an aunt, and a neighbor of many GRPS students. And I attended last week's meeting without planning to speak, but after it was rescheduled or extended, I decided that I really want to add my voice to this very large chorus of people who are fully in support of increasing teacher pay. I have my own stories too of the amazing impact GRPS teachers and coaches have had on my family, but I can't implore you any more than they have. I do want to tell you what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that you are going to do something really big. I am hoping that you are ready to do something so dramatic, so obviously in favor of our staff, that you are going to blow everyone in this room and our entire community away. I am hoping that you are going to take such a big, bold, dramatic action that is way beyond bringing teacher pay to average or whatever, like something big that makes us the destination district that we ought to be, and you're going to leave us all speechless. Thank you.
I can sit here and tell you that, like, I've been a businessman, I am a lawyer, I don't need to teach. I came to teach. And I shouldn't have to be the solo dad of 2 teenage boys and have take-home pay that is 2/3 of what it would cost me to rent a 3-bedroom apartment. That's it. If I had an apartment, if I could afford an apartment with a doctor's degree, same degree as many of the people in the administration who are making 5 times as much as we are, we can't even afford an apartment. But what's even more amazing is when I was a lawyer, practicing in Los Angeles, one of my greatest experiences was going to a mediation with a judge, and we showed up prepared because we respected the judge and we respected our clients and their clients. When the mediation on the other side didn't show up with somebody who had the authority to make decisions at a mediation, the judge fined them $1,000 for every minute that he wasted. His time was wasted because they would not put someone in the room who could make decisions and close this out. I challenge the board to start fining your administrators for not putting people in the room who can make decisions. We need to get this done. It is disgusting.
Hello, my name is Thomas Nieborn, he, him, and I am the secretary for the Grand Rapids branch of the IWW, the Industrial Workers of the World, and I am here in solidarity with my fellow workers. Thank you, President Trustee Buskick, for that soliloquy on the opaque nature of freedom of speech. However, I believe that would have sounded much more at place at some private school for repressed rich kids. But, benefit of the doubt, maybe we missed some important context from your secret meeting. I first heard about the issues plaguing GRPS from my cousin. She was a high school math teacher for GRPS. I say was because she quit a few years ago due to all the things that people have already said. And the extreme ease of finding a higher paid job with significantly easier workload and better benefits. Seems like things have changed, but not for the better. This has been a long time coming. You have underpaid your teachers for decades. You have special ed teachers that are so understaffed that it is literally impossible to provide the instruction and support that is required by law for your most vulnerable students. Your elementary schools have so few staff that there have been instances of students that are running into the street and community members are stepping in to save them. And your teachers work late into the night because admin can't get them planning time. Commissioner Womack's Titanic metaphor was apt. It's so bad, principals are abandoning ship. The only reason your schools are even functioning is because of your teachers, and they're bailing like mad. Friends, last week was nothing. Once the parents of your students realize this board is silencing the very serious concerns for basic student safety due to your callous leadership and constant belittling of the teachers' needs, you're gonna need a bigger auditorium. Supported teachers make safe schools. If you believe this, and you respect what your teachers have said today, then please publicly commit to an amended budget with a fair contract by November. Thank you.
evening. My name is Nicole Natario Risk. I'm a parent of a 2nd and 5th grader at GRPS. Speaking today in support of increased wages for our GRPS teachers. Our teachers are amazing and deserve a wage that allows them to have a strong quality of life. My son's teacher had to have a second job as a barista at Starbucks on top of his full-time teaching job, managing a full mixed grade classroom with no teaching or student assistants in sight. At the end of the school year, he finally left to take a job for a significant increase in salary at Detroit Public Schools. I can appreciate the pressures and considerations administrators face at the district level. I was initially excited about the transformation plan in hopes that it could fully staff our buildings and get teachers and students the stability and support they need. However, I've become extremely disheartened to see many of those plans now being delayed or pulled back. I do not believe new modern buildings will solve any of the enrollment, recruitment, and retention issues in this district. The classrooms inside aren't led by qualified teachers who feel respected and valued by their district. This district loves to communicate innovation and wins. We have an opportunity here to be a regional leader in how teacher compensation could be turned around, ultimately leading to a more stable and successful school district. That would be a victory worth sharing. Thank you. Woo.
Good evening, Scott Reconvening, proud member of the National Writers Union, as well as Pride at Work, and I am here to stand in solidarity with my union siblings in the GREA. Woo-hoo! Now, I actually live in the Kentwood Public School District. In fact, I'm an East Kentwood High School graduate, and I'm proud of the education that I received. And let me tell you, I agree with what's been said tonight, that your scholars, GRPS scholars, deserve a high-quality education. No matter where you are, and our educators that you see behind me, they are the ones making it happen. So here's what I want you to think about. What do you want your legacy to be? You've heard the pain. You've heard the frustration from people of all ages, both educators, students, members of the community. Do you want that to be your legacy? I hope not, and I can't imagine any of you do. So my ask of you is this. Do you want that to be your legacy, or do you want it to be your legacy that you helped increase teacher pay? That you make sure that our educators are paid what they deserve? And that your scholars, that the scholars that these individuals work with every single day of the school year, do you want it to be your legacy? That you helped make them, you helped retain them, and you helped make these scholars' education the best that it can possibly be. Because that's going to be your legacy, not just now, but years and decades into the future, when these scholars go on to make a positive difference, not just in West Michigan, but all around the world. And I look forward to seeing them make that difference thanks to these educators behind them.
Micah Perkins. Eunice Legrone.
Good evening, board members. I'm Eunice Legrone, a parent, grandparent, an aunt for my kids that are in GRPS. I want to speak on behalf of the teachers. What I've noticed over the years is the lack of teachers the qualified teachers that we have. We have a lot of subs sometimes. And I would like to see where my kids, my grandkids, have teachers that they can trust, that they see every day to learn. And we care about our students, and like we said we do, I think these teachers deserve a better pay than what they're having. We have qualified teachers that are not only qualified, but they are committed teachers that they are in the school. Also our principal. I volunteer at Berkeley, and I've been volunteering for years. And every day that I go to school, I see the hard work that these teachers are putting in. I see the time that they're putting in. But as a parent and a grandparent, I feel real bad for our teachers who are doing so much work, who staying sometimes later than they should just to help our students. I think it's a shame that the pay that they're getting is not helping them. Some of them might have to even sell their homes. That's how bad it is. I feel right now that consider the cost of living is going up, but their pay is going down. Don't just hear us, but do something about what is being said. Give the teachers the pay they deserve. Thank you.
Yeah, Miss Eunice.
Followed by James Rex.
James Rex, followed by Celine Turan.
Good evening. My name is James Rex. I'm the proud parent of a third grader and a kindergartner who attends CA Frost. Standing here today feels like a full circle moment for me. You see, 15 years ago, I was hired to teach high school math here at GRPS. In fact, in this very building. And as I started my teaching career, I was fortunate enough to be mentored by some wonderful educators. They were passionate about teaching and learning, knowledgeable about content and pedagogy, and most importantly, they cared deeply for our students. Unfortunately, after 4 years of teaching, a harsh reality was setting in. My wife and I wanted to start our own family, but simply couldn't afford it. GRPS was one of the lowest paying districts, and on top of that, I had been frozen on step one for all of my years. When I was recruited by another former GRPS teacher to apply for an open position in another urban district, I applied and took that job along with a 40% raise so that I could support my own family. It broke my heart to leave, but I had no choice. Since I left the district in 2015, I watched many of the exceptional educators I worked alongside leave the district for similar reasons. The issue of compensation and teacher retention has been an ongoing problem for years, and while I know this challenge is one the board and administration inherited, I know we can do better. We must do better. Compared to my GRPS counterparts with similar experience in education, I make significantly more. If my district can find the money to compensate teachers, then this district can too. And it's time to make it a priority. I'll end with this. As I dropped my son off at kindergarten on his first day of school, just a few years ago, I watched as Ms. Colleen Pitzer skillfully swooped in to help my crying child. I was overwhelmed with gratitude for her. And I'll never forget how patiently and empathetically she interacted with him and made him feel valued. I think it's about time this district show how much they value their teachers with their actions and compensate them for the amazing work they do each day. When you compensate teachers, you enrich the learning for all children. Thank you.
Okay, Celine Turan. The first point I want to make, a couple speakers ago, you saw all of these educators stand. All of these educators will also still be at work tomorrow morning. A lot of us starting at 7:40 a.m. It is almost now 10 p.m. 7:40 start time for the students. We're there way before that. This is how bad and how much we are begging you to help us. Moving on. There are three main reasons teachers and certified professional staff leave GRPS for another district. One, they can earn more in every other district in the county. Two, they're giving much more respect. And three, they have much less stress. I could talk about pay for hours, why we deserve a higher salary, who got the raise when, and who has a pay freeze and who doesn't. But salary isn't the only issue when it comes to pay. So many people have to fight tooth and nail for their pay when completing additional work. This leads to the second reason, respect. In other districts, boards of education members and top administrators, including superintendents, know, understand, and follow laws such as Open Meetings Act. They do not then chastise their educators and public for being the issue for the chaos.
when the board themselves are the one in violation. Another point to respect is that teachers in other districts are believed when they do additional work. They're given the pay when they do this work. They don't have to jump through 6 hoops, six people to get paid. Teachers are treated as professionals. They are trusted and have professional learning committees run by the professionals, the teachers themselves. The most simple example of respect given from other districts is their pay. Lastly, teachers are less stressed in other districts. An easy example of this is that they don't have to be at these board meetings begging for the basics. They don't spend their Monday nights explaining the wrongs and mistreatments they face. Teachers in other districts aren't expected to bring students to speed and learning because the current just spent 3 years without a certified teacher. If you could be paid more, get more respect, have less stress, wouldn't you leave too?
Javante Tubbs. Nicholas, you can go ahead.
I'm going to do my best to be coherent. Forgive me. I was on my way to a meeting last week, and I remember seeing this kid in the street, and I didn't know the kid, but I remember recognizing the feeling of how familiar it is to see a kid here at GRPS, and recognize him as a kid that could be my student. And as a teacher, now having been a GRPS teacher here in this building for 4 years, I feel like I have 150 kids. I have 150 kids. And I did the math. I work outside of my teaching of 7.5 hours a day. I work about 3 hours extra a day. So it's like 55 hours a week where I'm getting paid for like 30, 35 of them. And I realize more than ever how much better I can do if I go home and I put more time into my job. But the problem with being a teacher in GRPS is that the most irresponsible thing you can do is go home and not work a different job because, like Kelsey Bobbledine said, I think she was about the 3rd or 4th speaker tonight, the money, the stress that we have with every expense, it puts our living at such razor thin margins that we have to work another job. Most of us here, most of my coworkers in this building are working another job. This is the first time, this past month is the first time in 5 years between this building and Alger where I worked, where I have not worked 2 or 3 jobs at the same time. And money is terrible. My personal is just going to blow up, and I don't know what I'm going to do when it does. And that's all I want to say. This is really hard. Please give us a clap.
I believe that concludes our public comment for this evening.
I think my card was called earlier. Marta Johnson. May I speak now?
Oh, Marta, I did call you
Yeah.
earlier. You can come on up, that's fine.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else that was on the list from last week? Okay, go ahead, Marta.
Thank you so much. It's my daughter's birthday today, so I had to go home and celebrate her. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me now. I am a mom of 2 GRPS students. I'm a frequent attender of meetings and have been involved in supporting and organizing alongside parents of the community to lift up GRPS even before my kids started school. I wanted to touch on a few things. One, I think the sentiments have already been shared on the urgent need for a fair contract, but I want to center it also in the urgent need to deal with a fair contract within Also, the round of the Eureka group report, which speaks to some of the culture issues that people have been speaking to, about fear of retaliation, challenges, having issues addressed, and that sort of thing. Things that I've noticed also as a parent that's been involved alongside the district. I think what we really need is the board to publicly commit that they are going to work and do whatever they can to get an amended budget by the end of November, including a fair contract. So that's just a call in to any board member that's willing to publicly commit to doing that. That means that you're going to have to push the district for what different budgets would have to look like and push for that immediately, just to underscore the work that needs to be built into that kind of commitment. Second, let's see, I don't know how much time I have left, but I also want to speak to the having the right way to advocate. I think that it's really important that we speak from our hearts. I've heard so many people get emotional, get angry, and that is all understandable. And I also want you to recognize that we are all here because we're hurting, and we haven't felt like we've been heard for years. As people have said before, yes, these are problems that you've inherited, but we need you to step up. Thank you so much.
Moving on, I do not have any further board announcements or president announcements for tonight, so superintendent comments, do you have any comments?
I want to be respectful of people's time. I know it's 10 o'clock, and so I will just say very quickly, people do hear, and I know that a lot of our audience members have gone home. It is never intended to be an us versus you, or us, the teachers against administration. I was a teacher. I know what they're speaking of. We want to be able to have what is fair. We also are dealing with some other variables that impact our ability to move the way in which we would like to. So even in this discourse, and I think discourse, and I've said this several times, discourse is always okay. When it devolves to disrespectful conversation where we cannot listen to one another, that is not helpful for our district, that's not helpful for our staff, that is not helpful for our relationships, and it's certainly not helpful for our children. And so my hope is that as we continue to walk down this path, that we can remind one another that we all have.
Thanks everyone for listening. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you. Huh?
Can I give you my email?
Yeah. Okay, wait. Okay.
You send me the video. Oh yeah.
Thank you everybody who joined the live. I'm gonna end it now because I gotta go.
Marlo,